Hello. Hey there. Welcome to the Gyro Step Podcast Network NBA Free Agency live podcast. We are live on YouTube. We got the whole crew to react to everything that's going on in NBA free agency. We're hoping we get some positive Bucks news relatively quickly here. Otherwise, maybe this will be a 16-hour live pod. We'll see. But we have to keep this a little brief because news is going to start breaking in about 3 minutes. But here with Adam McGee, Jordan Tresky of the Win in 6 podcast. I'm Ty Windish, and I'm with Rohan Kadi of the Gyro Step podcast. Everybody, tampering season nearly over. How's it going? How's everyone holding up?
We're all like Woj. It's like when they cut to Woj on the broadcast, and he's like, "Sorry, I'm just, we'll go back to Woj in a minute. He's in the middle of some very important business." Have your sources started coming in yet, Ty? Have you got any deals, right?
I do have. I have heard the Bucks are interested in maintaining a championship caliber roster. That's what some league sources think. So we'll see if that bears out being true. But that's what I've been hearing so far. Adam, thanks for throwing it to me there.
Rohan, I know you've got some interesting sources.
No, I'm doing good. Speaking of tampering, I just want to lead off with something fun. So since it's clear that only the Bucks are ever going to be punished for this, I have some comparisons to make.
Oh boy.
The NBA hates the Bucks more than Garfield hates Mondays. The NBA hates the Bucks more than Harrison Ford hates answering questions about Star Wars. The NBA hates the Bucks more than Vin Diesel hates The Rock. The NBA hates the Bucks more than macOS hates .exe files. And the NBA hates the Bucks more than J.R. Smith hates wearing a shirt.
What did you write these out? Was this a Word doc? Was this what where did these come from?
I prepared.
Wow. That's incredible. I love it. I wasn't ready for literal stand up to start the show, but I'm here for it. Jordan, how can you top this?
I can't. That's the answer.
You sure?
I'm very sure. I just grab my phone and be like, "Oh, hello, Thanasis, you want to break?" Something dumb.
We all know it would be Elijah Bryant.
That's good. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I'm ready. We got less than 2 minutes here. Probably it's going to turn 4:59 as I'm speaking this sentence, and I got to elongate it a little bit more. It's there we go. There it is. There we go. Change.
Yeah, 1 minute to go here. So quickly, I think our expectations. We certainly hope PJ Tucker is retained. The Bucks certainly have the inside track on doing that. The Bobby Portis news has all been positive, with now multiple of some of the most esteemed NBA newsbreakers.
False hope? Hopefully
I don't know. Hopefully not. I think Mark Stein and I think others now have said Eric Name
also corroborated
with Shams. I think both of them together. Basically, the report is less about the Bucks have learned. It's not that the Bucks are going to sign Portis. Other teams are now not feeling like they'll be able to sign Portis, which that's the new NBA is you have to go from the opposite angle when you're saying these things. Other teams are saying, we don't think we can get him. We did not expect this a couple weeks ago. We were saying, Bobby, go get the bag. The bag just maybe isn't there. Who knows? But PJ Tucker and Bobby Portis could both remain Bucks. That's an exciting proposition after we saw them win a championship together less than 2 weeks ago. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's wild, isn't it? 13 days ago.
Free agency is underway. Lonzo Ball has agreed to a 4-year, $85 million deal with the Chicago Bulls.
Wow. So do we know? So I wonder if so it's not a sign and trade? Do we not know if it's a sign and trade yet? That was
sounds like a Brogdon deal.
It does sound like a Brogdon deal.
Isn't that what it was? Right?
Yeah.
It might have been. Was it 84? But it was very, very close to Brogdon. I love that Clutch. Rich Paul got that he's the CEO of Clutch Sports in the tweet. That is. I
can't believe Shams got the Clutch scoop first.
Yeah, it's surprising.
How long has that been in the drafts? But so free agency has begun. The Bulls get Lonzo. I think I saw some people questioning this move because this has been one of the ones I think everyone's known about for quite a while. As they're not going to win a championship if they pay Lonzo. What's the point? Who are they signing that they're going to win a championship with next year? It's good to get better. I think Lonzo is a good player. I think he's a good fit with Zach LaVine. So why not?
Yeah, I think he's better than a lot of players you could reasonably expect them to get. And at some point, it's good to get good players who are young and have upside, and he still certainly fits that bill.
Rohan, you got the next
Definitely. Yeah, it's much smaller. Will Barton is re-signing with the Denver Nuggets, 2 years, $32 million.
Vince Goodwill has Kyle Lowry going to the Heat for a 3-year deal.
Wow.
Sign and trade.
Ooh.
So
Okay, let's
sorry.
talk about that one.
Yeah, sorry, Will Barton. We're not gonna go too deep here. A nice wing player. Nice wing player Denver needed, but so Vincent Goodwill, if that one is Woj just added Lonzo is a sign and trade, so we'll get more info on that later. Tim Hardaway Jr. was just announced, 4 years, $72 million to stay with Dallas. That's big for Dallas, and that makes sense if Lowry is going to the Heat. I know Dallas was in on that too, but Kyle Lowry to the Heat. I mean, we knew they weren't going to go away quietly after their asses got swept by the Bucks in the very first round, and Bryn Forbes outscored Jimmy Butler. But now Kyle Lowry, 35-year-old point guard, signed through his age 38 season. I think a good fit on that team. They're certainly going to be better with him. I don't know if I'm outright afraid of this team, even with Lowry. Adam, you're shaking your head. What are your thoughts on the Heat with Lowry, Jimmy Butler, who reportedly is going to get a big extension midnight tonight when that can be announced, and everyone else?
I mean, what's next? There's all the DeRozan to the Heat talk now. It's like, are the Heat really going to reunite Larry and DeRozan all these years later and be like, oh, let's throw Jimmy Butler into the mix? Look, they'll be better than what they were, but I don't know just how well all of that will work. And those guys are not particularly young, particularly when it comes to Kyle Lowry. It'll be interesting to see when kind of more reporting comes out on that, what the terms of the sign and trade are. Did we say 3-year deal?
Yes,
for Lowry.
That's what I've seen.
Tail end of 3 years on Lowry. Like, I think Rohan flagged this up in our free agency preview pod. The Heat are dealing with all of the cap space that was planned for Giannis this offseason. So this is what happens. You're signing like 35, 36-year-olds to 3-year deals, and it's not quite as scary as if they had got someone of Giannis's ability.
It doesn't move the needle. It really doesn't. I mean, given Kyle Lowry is an upgrade for that team. They are better with Kyle Lowry than without Kyle Lowry. I'm admitting that. That's fine. Sure. They're still not a contender. I don't think that's really a hot take or anything.
We might end up in a bubble again, and if we do, they're going to have a shot. But I agree, outside of those circumstances, I don't think so either. The interesting thing about this for me is they went from the big Giannis pursuit, which we just mentioned. That gives you obviously a much, much different timeline. Now you're on the Jimmy and Kyle Lowry timeline, especially if Jimmy does get this massive 4-year, $180 million sum extension. That's a ton of money, and they're going to get guys. They always get players. I don't know about DeRozan on MLE. We'll see how that goes for them. But, Lowry is 35. Jimmy is 31. The interesting thing for me, and the risk, obviously, for Miami is we talked on the free agency preview about Dragic as a Bucks option, and he might get bought out. Maybe he still will be. But 35, he's 35 too, and you saw that decline this year. That's also how old Lowry is. So I think he's a better player. I think he's held up better. Certainly, though, you don't know how much longer he has before he has the same kind of decline. It's not without risk. I think it's a good move. I think they get better, but it's certainly not without risk. But really, I mean, as the point about Giannis not signing there, this would have been obviously this free agency. They didn't have that many other options. If Kawhi is staying, and either way, Kawhi's out for a year, but you look around the board, we just saw Mike Conley re-signed, Hardaway Jr. re-signed.
Same with Dallas, too, to your point. Dallas is another team. Raptors, obviously, too. Like, it's kind of, we're seeing plan, G? Like, these teams that were, most commonly associated with Giannis if he wanted to leave and go in the free agency this year around. Thankfully, we're not talking about that right now.
That's kind of the Heat since LeBron left, though, right? It's always, well, what can we? That's how you get like the Kelly Olynyk, James Johnson team. It's always just what's kind of left on the board. What can we do? I mean, on that scale, relatively, even an older version of Kyle Lowry is good. If you're going to just be kind of, well, we didn't get the top tier stars we want. What can we do? They're going to be a good team, as they've been a good team the past couple of years, but they're still not getting to the place that, we've been led to believe for a long time. Oh, the Heat are just this superpower, and Pat Riley's always going to be there, and he's going to have a chance to lure like the ultimate kind of superstar. That hasn't happened. Although I do see that Jimmy Butler is expected to sign his 4-year.
It just
extension.
came through. So $40+ million a year for Jimmy Butler going into when he'll be about as old as Lowry is now. That's the core. That's the nucleus. Can Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler and Bam win you a title? We'll see. They went to the finals.
Answer's probably no.
They went to the finals. I'm pretty skeptical. They have to do what the same Nets the Bucks do, plus obviously also the Bucks. We have not gotten in the chat.
The one thing on that, we know they don't have the second best player in the series with the Bucks now.
Yeah.
Are they going to pick up Bryn Forbes? Can they find a way to do that?
They probably could. Maybe if DeRozan signs elsewhere, they can figure that.
I think Mark Stein, speaking of shooters, Mark Stein also said in his tweet about the Heat and Kyle Lowry that Duncan Robinson is expected to stay with the Heat.
Maybe $20 million a year for Duncan Robinson. I mean, it's supposed to be
an expensive team.
16 to 18 is what I heard was the last one. We'll see if anyone can push him up to 20. But Jimmy's exact number, roughly 4 years, $184 million for Jimmy Butler, which
Bam's with the money bag emoji in the tweet.
Why not? We missed another shooter re-upping. Boban Marjanovic is sticking in Dallas as expected. I love that one broke early.
We haven't got terms on that though, have we?
Could be anything. Who knows?
Garrett Temple. This might be the kind of the early okay. Garrett Temple is going to the Pelicans, agreeing to a 3-year deal. 2 of them are guaranteed.
This is the sign and trade,
That's
Jordan.
the sign and trade. Yeah.
Satoransky, Garrett Temple, and a 2nd-round pick, with Lonzo going to the Bulls.
I like that a lot for Chicago. I like that. They give up basically nothing. I mean, the 2nd-round pick is a 2nd-round pick. That's a lot to John Horst, but you get off some money. I don't think they really cared that much about Satoransky if they were going to add ball anyway. So I think that's good. I mean, I should temper that with, I really liked the Vucevic deal for Chicago too, and it didn't exactly work out, and they ended up giving up the 8th overall pick. But I like that Chicago's trying to compete. I don't think we're going to spend a ton of time talking about the Bulls. I think the Bucks are still going to beat the pants off them next year. But I do like when a team like that, who doesn't have the guy, goes for it, because why not?
I also like it a bit more for the Pelicans than the reported Devontae Graham sign and trade earlier. Like, I think Satoransky and Garrett Temple are at least getting very kind of steady and solid players who will give them something, not exactly what they need to really get things firing with Zion Williamson, but players that are just going to be useful on just about any roster in the NBA.
Graham is going to be an interesting RFA. They kind of, him and Monk are kind of in these weird positions where it's like, Monk is the more heralded, prospect coming out, but it was seeing that I think the team even confirmed it yesterday. I was like, oh, that's kind of, I wonder how that's all going to break out in terms of what happens with Monk and what happens with Graham if they do somehow bring him back. I don't know if that would work considering their situation, but
from what I've heard from Hornets folks, they like Graham. I don't think they're that fond. I think Monk is gone. I think he's actually UFA now. I'm pretty sure
that's right.
He's unrestricted.
He's a UFA.
So he's out of there. I think they'd like to keep Devontae Graham. We'll see. I think the Pelicans still have money to spend. I think the Pelicans could be a DeRozan team now. I think they're a little desperate with Zion, so to speak, pushing his weight around a little bit and saying, hey, I want to win games. We'll see. I don't think they're done yet. I don't think New Orleans is done.
Pretty weird deal coming through here. A little bit surprised with this one. 2 year, $17 million for JaMychal Green to stay with the Nuggets.
Nuggets are just keeping their guys.
Is that MLE? Did they have to give him MLE? Was he on a 1-year deal?
I think so.
I think that's the full MLE, the non-taxpayer, right?
Yeah.
Like, I've always kind of liked JaMychal Green, but there's
no Millsap. Probably.
Yeah, that's what my first thought with that is. 3 years, $30 million for Alec Burks. That pipe dream of yours side.
Yeah, no backflips for me. Probably good for me in the long run. But $10 million a year for Alec Burks feels like a lot. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't love it. He's good for the Knicks. They need to keep players. Sounds like Rose is probably going elsewhere for them. Interesting start to free agency. No Bucks stuff yet. We joked, is TA going to be the first announced deal? He hasn't been. He is in Greek time, so maybe that's the holdup there.
The Knicks are being weird.
Shocker.
Is my take. There were some rumblings in the last kind of day or so. The Knicks have some ways they could clear money. You just keep an eye on what they're going to do. And what they're going to do is give Nerlens Noel a 3-year, $32 million contract.
The biggest enemy you can have if you're a team like the Knicks who have this surprise. We went through this a couple years ago, or not that long ago. You have cap space, and free agents are looking at like, how are you going to use that cap space? You signed Alec Burks and Nerlens Noel for what? That's nearly 21 annually, and then you still have like how many more? 27 million of cap space. Like, I don't know.
It's interesting that these are 3-year deals. Usually, if it's someone trying to eat cap space, it's usually like 1 or 2, usually 2-year deals. It's interesting that it's 3. But we do have another we have a big boy contract coming through. Jarret Allen, 5 years, $100 million with the Cleveland Cavaliers. This was expected.
We heard about it earlier today. We heard the figures earlier today on this.
Did we? No.
Yeah.
I missed that. But yeah, they kept their guy. They got him in that trade basically for free. That they just hitched themselves into that James Harden trade. They got it done. He's talented. You got to do what you got to do to keep your talent.
100%. And I mean, is their roster going to be a little bit weird as they work out who's actually really good and who they're building around and how that works? Maybe, but I'm all for them trying the too big guy approach. It's been a while since we've seen it in too many teams, but if the Cavs want to do that, I'm all for it.
They got 3 of them now. Don't forget Mr. Kevin Love.
I literally forgot Kevin.
Jerry Colangelo would like for everyone to forget Kevin Love.
I will say, it's probably not for the Cavs. In a vacuum, I like
where are you going, Ty?
No. I like the Nerlens contract more than the Jarret Allen I think Nerlens is actually quite good. And I think the fact that I think Allen is better. I think for the Cavs, a young team, they need to bet on development for Allen. I like that Nerlens Noel contract. I think he's quite good.
Nerlens Noel turned down a Jarret Allen level contract, and we will never forget that. That was
Dennis Schroeder before his time, truly. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if this means Mitchell Robinson is going to be in play potentially in a trade or something, because the Nerlens Noel, it's basically starter money. I don't know. We'll see. The Knicks like him, but he can't stay healthy. Maybe this is just insurance. This has been a fun one. No tampering. I'm sure all of these negotiations started.
Bucks definitely weren't tampering. They're making it clear they were not tampering. They're only starting now. I mean,
I thought you meant one came through. My eyes got all big.
They're calling Thanasis, they're calling Bobby, they're calling PJ. They're like, hey, what are you guys feeling? That's what they're doing right now.
John Horst has just sat down at his desk. He's taken, NBA champions hat off, and he's picked up the phone, and that's where we're at right now.
He's finishing watching Sandman clips, and we're having a good time.
He's looking up more Euro transcendent bigs he can compare him to in press conferences. It seems like we have a slight lull, so I did see we had a question.
That's here we go. We got our first.
Never mind. I did it.
Wait.
We got our first. Whoa. 3-year, $37 million deal for Kelly Olynyk with the Detroit Pistons.
They cannot help themselves.
What?
Troy Weaver also likes the big guys.
He loves the big guys. I love that he got off Mason Plumlee just to do this.
I'm not crazy about Kelly Olynyk being in the Central Division and the Bucks having to see him.
Oh no,
I'm not crazy about that
very
at all.
often. That's not great for anyone's mental health or the physical health of Milwaukee's players.
Yeah,
we don't like that. We don't like that one bit. That is a whoa. 3 for 37 is such an oddly specific.
We'll also
amount.
see. I mean, who knows? It is Jeff Schwartz's agent. Who we are very familiar with.
I can't believe that's who we got the intel from, the agent. But Olynyk, Detroit, interesting, I guess. Trying to give Cade Cunningham a little more spacing in that rookie year. I don't like Olynyk as a player because he has a tendency of wrenching arms out of sockets. That said, a useful player, a nice floor spacing big.
Him and Beef Stew, right? That's what they call him, Beef Stew. I think that's a nice. Decent, what they need. Cade Cunningham was going to spoon feed him, good shots, all that stuff.
But also, over $10 million a year for Kelly Olynyk.
There just isn't that kind of money out there to need
and
to do that.
And if you're a team like the Pistons,
who was outbidding them?
It's 15 minutes into free agency, and it's this is what I don't understand with the Knicks as well. It's at some point, maybe the Knicks will start acting like they're the Knicks. They won't just like the cap space burn a hole in their pocket. It's like
that's this summer though, isn't it?
It's clearly not.
No, I mean you can't be the Knicks and land the star when like it's Lowry. Lowry was it. Lowry. I mean, I guess you could try for Kawhi again. That didn't work out for them too well last time. But according to Bobby Marks, this was basically Detroit's cap space. That's why it's $37 million. Like all of their cap space is the first year of this Olynyk deal. So that was their big move. Besides any exceptions.
Don't want it. You have it, Kelly Olynyk. That's basically have that conversation with.
Ty, we have a guy off your board here. According to someone from the Indy Sports Star, TJ McConnell is re-signing with the Pacers.
Also, another signing. I think we missed this. This came out like at 5:00. Kelly Iko. Sorry for mispronouncing. Working on a deal with the Houston Rockets, multi-year deal. No terms or anything like that yet.
I feel like Mike Conley's deal has gone up. I saw an early report of that. I think it might have been deleted.
I saw it at one point as well. Mike Conley's staying with Utah.
68 million originally. It now says 72.5 million is what Woj is reporting. Again, it's coming from his agents.
It still sounds small to me. I expected him to get at least 25. I mean, we heard about these huge paydays coming for Lowry and for Conley, and there were teams with the space to do it. I mean, Dallas and New Orleans were the big ones, but they've all made deals since then that maybe eats up a lot of that space. But if Mike Conley gets less than 70 a year, I mean, the position he's in, where the Jazz are at, an ambitious new owner, D Wade is there, they want to contend, they have Mitchell and Gobert. It doesn't run without Mike Conley. I think everyone knows that, and they didn't have a way to replace him. I expected him to get really paid this year. I think 3 for 70, that feels really good for Utah considering the position they're in.
Justin Zanuck doing work.
He is.
Yes, sir.
He's also getting up there in age, so...
Oh, yeah, of course. So is Lowry. So is CP, who's going to get like $40 million a year because he changed the rules of the CBA specifically for his contract situation.
The CPA, that's what we're calling it.
That's what he made it.
Cliff Paul, whatever.
Yeah, we don't have numbers yet, I don't think, on McConnell. Working to verify terms still, but yeah, I think what I've been hearing from reports, not from sources, let me be clear, I think McDermott may be out, but it looks like they were going to keep McConnell. So interesting. I guess it makes sense considering they have 800 forwards on the roster already.
Does anything make sense about the Pacers' plans, though?
Absolutely nothing.
No, Woj is just catching up with THJ.
Woj, when you've been beaten to them, just let it go. Just let it go. Someone's got there first. Doug McDermott shot the ball very well for the Pacers just be. I have no idea. We touched on this in the free agency preview as well. It's kind of like, I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what Rick Carlisle necessarily wants that team to look like. Just what they're doing organizationally. It's a pretty strange one. I don't think anyone would be surprised if Malcolm Brogdon ends up traded tonight.
No, they're like quietly a very dysfunctional organization. Like, how many players leave Indy happy? Because no one cares. That's why it's quiet.
Yeah.
But nobody leaves there happy. I feel like
Nate Bjorkgren tried to make it pretty loud.
Coaches, players, but it's not a lot of happy goodbyes from Indy. We had a question a while back. I think this is worth talking about. They had
an assistant coach leave the last season midway through, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's kind of weird." That's kind of what speaks to your point.
Yeah. Everyone's like, "Oh, if this was LA, we would really care about this."
It literally only happens when someone retires or has to step away for health reasons.
But didn't the Rockets? Oh, they brought back, right? Was that the thing there?
Yeah, they brought back.
But anyway, what are our thoughts from Aditya on the report that Oladipo might not even get signed until mid-season because of injury concerns? I know I saw this, and my reaction was, all show of good faith from the Bucks. Give him the full vet min right now, and let's lock that baby in.
Someone's got to take the flyer on that, right?
Wait, sorry. I got mixed up with...
The report on Oladipo potentially not getting signed right away.
I honestly thought that was kind of... Because I was thinking about when...
Oh, it's a fake. See, people are getting caught out. And I nearly got caught out. by 2-year $57 million for DeMar DeRozan to the Pelicans, but it's a fake, people. It's by Shams Charania.
Oh.
The sign trade deal for Kyle Lowry will involve Goran Dragic, Precious Achiuwa, and a future second-round pick to Toronto.
See, I think people are going to clown the Raptors, but, like, they got something. And that's he's a free agent. You can get nothing. You can very easily get nothing. It's not a great return. I hear they might reroute Precious and Dragic, which I thought they would have kept the big man, but I guess not. Maybe they're not in the Adam McGee school of thought on big men. But the Oladipo thing, I think I'm not shocked. I mean, I know the injury stuff has been prevalent, but I mean, if you're the Bucks and you have no flexibility, I would carve out a roster spot and see, like, take the gamble. I mean, we talked about it. He's a 25-5 guy, 20 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. Take a shot. If it's a vet min in a roster spot, that's just such a low cost gamble. I would go for it personally. Jordan doesn't seem to agree.
I don't disagree that it's a low cost gamble. I mean, no risk really. It's a vet min. But I also think, like, when the doctor goes on the record about how bad his surgery was the first time around after tearing, was it patellar tendon, something like that, right?
It was a quadriceps injury.
Or quadriceps, yeah, that's what it was. I don't know. It's just, I think people have kind of like always like clung to the fact that, like, oh yeah, you can come back from it. It's like, it's, you know, we've seen guys come back from torn ACLs, Achilles injuries, which is, to me, like, that's even crazy. Like the fact that, like, Wes Matthews or like Rudy Gay, a free agent that, you know, could be in play. I don't know. But, like,
Rohan's
I just
guy,
think,
DeMarcus Cousins.
yeah, like Cousins too. It's just like, I think this injury is like a much different injury, and I don't know. I don't know if he's certainly never going to be the player that he was in Indy that one year.
No.
And I don't know. There's just a lot of weird.
What are you getting instead, though, Jordan? So you're not
you're getting Sandman. That's what you're getting.
You can have both.
You're making this a really easy decision. But it's kind of worth it. And I think a team with nothing at all to kind of play for or to worry about is going to take a flyer on him and give him a little bit more and be like, yeah, why not? You know, if this works out and you're good, we're going to be able to trade you and get something back. Like, I don't know if Oladipo would want to. I guess he'll sign a contract, but does he want to go back to the Thunder? The Thunder seem like a team where it's like, you know, Sam Presti be like, well, if this doesn't work out, so what? And if it works out, picks. You know, I think I can't imagine Oladipo not getting signed because of that. On the Raptors and the way the Raptors are kind of now falling apart, which I'll try not to just overflow with glee.
What a shame. What a shame.
Does it not make it weirder that they didn't take Jalen Suggs if they're going to try and reroute Goran Dragic and Lowry's gone? And I'm pretty sure they kind of had a feeling that Lowry was going to be gone because everyone else knew about it. I'm not the expert on that. Yet. Well, that's true. That's true. So maybe nobody.
But how
knew.
could they know?
No one had. Well, it was everywhere, Rohan. All they had to do was, you know, fire up.
Teams were considering scenarios where they became the front runner and the landscape was potentially shifting after a certain minute at 6 Eastern. There were a lot of contingencies in the air. It's also ridiculous. We did get some news, not a signing, but the cap. It's going to be $112,414,000 with a tax line of $136.6 million, which is pretty much exactly what we expected. However, next year, it looks like, according to Shams, the cap is going to be about $4 million higher than previous projections. That's always good for where the Bucks are at now. They're not going to ever be below the cap, but more tax breathing room, more cap apron breathing room, hard cap scenarios. Who knows what'll be in play a year from now? We don't even know what's going to happen tonight with the Bucks necessarily. So that's always good. So there's some positive news there from Milwaukee.
And something that has come out of that is Bobby Marks is just confirming some extensions that have already been signed. And one of those, of course, is Giannis Antetokounmpo. His supermax deal is now confirmed, locked in. So will I run through year by year just so we can hear these incredibly large, you know, amounts of money that none of us are going to have any problem with?
Why not?
2021-22, Giannis will earn just over 39.3 million. The following season, 42.4. The following season, 45.6. After that, 48.7. And in 25-26, he will earn $51,935,368.
Like Cody
That's a
said in the
player
chat. Like Cody said in the chat, 52 million underpaid.
I couldn't agree more.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a player option, right?
Yes, I believe it is.
Yes.
I thought it is.
Player option.
He has an opt out after.
$52
Yeah.
It feels like a long time ago, but if you sign a contract with the Bucks,
You get
you're
a
gonna
player,
get
option. You get a four out of the 6 contracts have player options that
Mind
they have
you-
on the books right now.
James Harden turned down an 2-year extension from the Rockets before getting traded to the Nets. That would have paid him $50 million a year. So that's where we're.
This is
at.
the thought I
It's
had
funny-
earlier
it's funny
today.
money.
Earlier today with the Luka thing. Luka does not want to sign his extension until after he's done with the Slovenian team, which I get. He's busy, everything else. If I had to fly 40 straight hours to sign a $200 million piece of paper, I would walk it. Like, being an NBA superstar is such a wild...
You don't even have to go anywhere. They'll send the documents to you.
I'd walk across the earth anyway, but yeah, probably
Like the
true.
briefcase from like Pulp Fiction. That's when you open it and just like
Just
have, like, this
imagine, hey
crazy-
James, do you want to stay here for 2 more years and get $100 million? I'm good. I'm not criticizing. It's fine. I'm not saying you
No,
made the
it's-
wrong choice.
Because he's going to
Luka
get
could
it
sign
anyway.
it a year from. Well, not you can't actually sign a year from now, so that's not a great way of putting it. But there's no rush. Like
No, there's not. But it's
whatever,
such a funny
whatever
thing to
the
think about.
worst case scenario is, that contract is still going to be on the table for him. It's like gets injured playing in the Olympics, they're still going to have that offer on the table. They're not going to be like, oh, we don't know if we want to give you your extension now. Payne returning to the Phoenix Suns.
What did he get?
3 years, 19 million.
Whoa, 3 years, 19? That's all he got? Wow.
I'm more surprised on the years on that than anything else.
Less than 7 a year for him after the year he had. I thought he was going to get a little bit more.
Jordan, come on. We need more than the South.
Yeah, that's a lot of years. Great story, deserves it. He literally was in China, 18 months ago, something like that, more than that. 3-year, $19 million deal. Good for him. It's still, they're
The word I used
they got one
of
CP.
campaign
They got one CP. That's
on the
all we
preview
know.
was suspicious. I'm still suspicious. It's just I'm not just skeptical. I'm suspicious. You need to see it again, and that's why the year surprises me. I thought he would have got more.
I get that's probably the compromise, though, right? He gets the 3rd year, but he's locked in at
I guess if there's a
6-something
guy
year.
who's going to want the security, it is the guy who's been in China recently. Like, it's okay. Let's
from
ensure I'm
that
staying in the league.
angle, it is as you point out, it is good to keep in mind. Like, universally labeled an extreme bust before this season, and has a great run.
He was Westbrook's dancing partner, and that's all everyone knew him for.
I think it actually probably is a very good deal for both sides. Could go wrong for either of them, but I think it's an appropriate risk for both. When you're in the situation Phoenix is in, it's similar to the PJ Tucker thing from Milwaukee. If he leaves, they don't get anything back. They're not going to have that money to spend. So getting that, if PJ's deal came out as these numbers, I'd be ecstatic. I don't think it will. But PJ also, a starter on the champion, a little bit different situation.
Here's a fun comparison from our friend Kyle Maggio. Knicks paid Nerlens Noel more than Cameron Payne got.
They paid Burks more too.
Yep.
I think Burks is. I think they're both probably better, but they weren't on as good of a teams.
Are they?
I actually get annoyed by the Knicks now. Like, it's gone beyond being funny. It's just like to have all of these advantages there for you and to be so far from them ever actually being advantages it's upsetting.
Is there a Julius Randle extension in play tonight as well? Or did they do that already?
I don't think that's been done yet.
I think that's on the in the cards as well. That who knows if they'll announce it early. I don't. They're not supposed to announce any of those until midnight for whatever reason. It's a different rule than new contracts. But I think that's when the league year flips or whatever it is. I don't know. But we'll see how that goes for them too. I think if you pay the guys they just paid, you probably shouldn't balk at paying the All-NBA caliber player on the roster, but that's, you know what? This might be a hot take. I'm suspicious of Randle. I am suspicious of Julius Randle. I think he's a good player. He had a horrible playoffs. I'm not just basing it on that. I think he has improved. We'll see how Max Money ages on an undersized center.
I think he's a really good player. I don't think he should be the best player on his team, and I don't think that's his fault. And
Yeah.
he's going to continue to be set up to fail based on what the Knicks are doing. So I think people will eventually turn, and he'll become something of a scapegoat for just a lot of these other contracts the Knicks are going to give out. Like, I don't have an issue with him having that money, but it doesn't stop you from being able to find a number one guy and giving him the same or more, and the Knicks just are incapable of being competent enough to find a way to do that.
So let's talk about who's still on the board. Of the Bucks guys, of course, we're all still there. DeRozan,
Ty's big board.
Ty's big board, a lot still there. I'll have to start marking who's off the board, but
Bobby
Malik
Portis
Monk.
still at 1. You know, there hasn't been a change since he overtook Malik Monk for the top spot. He's holding it down. Bobby locked in at 1.
So number 7, Alec Burks is gone. Number 9, Campaign. Number 10, TJ McConnell. 13, Dragic, although he might end up back on there.
He might be about on it.
Yeah, he might end up back there. But most of their players still on there. Mike James still out there, I believe.
DeMar DeRozan still out there.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he just signed. Yeah. So where do we think DeMar's
Jeffrey
going?
DeMarco Teague. He's still out there.
Where do we think
The money is
DeRozan is
drying
headed?
up.
The money is
we got
drying up.
terms. We got
We've
terms
TJ, yeah.
4
4-year,
years.
$35 million deal to return to Indiana.
On brand.
It's a
What
lot of
age
money.
is TJ now?
It's a lot of money.
He must
It's on
be
brand.
28, 29?
That's
Honestly,
49 years old.
He could be
That's-
35. He could be 22.
I don't want to pay 33-year-old TJ McConnell.
I like TJ
$10
McConnell.
million.
I like TJ
We know.
McConnell.
We've heard it enough times.
I don't know. That's a lot more than what Campaign got. I think he's better. I don't think he's a lot better.
Isn't that the Delhi contract? Pretty much the Delhi signed.
I was,
Oh,
good,
I'm
I
sorry,
was
my
about to say it's Delhi money.
It is actually the Delhi contract.
If only he was leaving a team so somebody on the team could do the LeBron tweet where they still could have matched the offer and LeBron's like, good luck in Milwaukee, Delhi. You had a great run here. We're not matching that deal.
I'm perfectly fine with not having any part of TJ McConnell.
Oh,
at that
Woj has an
price.
extra digit here, 35.2 million.
Ooh.
Get that money. Mark Bartelstein
Price is
said,
going up.
hey, extra 200K on there.
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
Wait, no.
is it fake?
Fake.
Fake.
I was-
The fakes
I was
are
about
out,
to say,
people.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to stare just at the list I've made so that things like this don't happen as much as possible. Was it a good fake? What was it, Jordan?
I won't say it. I won't. I have to put a sheet. I was I've been banished.
Cone of shame for you?
Yeah, cone of
But
shame.
but back to DeMar. The money's gone. Dallas is gone. That was a reported landing spot. That money.
Dallas isn't necessarily gone. They have a lot of cap space stuff, right?
Well, was their cap space contingent on them renouncing Hardaway? Or actually, do they have more money from signing him? Are they that team where the cap hold is really big, and if you actually sign him, it's smaller? That maybe.
Something like that.
I think there's
DeMar
still.
is-
We'll see how much the Boban deal is too.
Well, again,
DeMar is the guy with all the fakes tonight, by the way. I don't
you
know if this
can-
is Jordan
I
felt.
think
Yeah,
he's the
that's-
biggest one left.
Yeah.
You can wait to do all your own guys, though. That's the thing. So if it helps them, they could do a different order and pay more. I don't know, though, if you want DeMar and Tim Hardaway Jr. I put this out there earlier today. I think I might just rather have Tim Hardaway Jr., quite honestly, on that team. Give me the three-point shooter that Luka can dish to. I think Tim Hardaway's quite good. I thought it was big for them to keep him. But
By the way, Bobby Marks is helping us out right now. He must be tuned
yeah.
in.
oh,
He said the
man,
Mavericks could still create up to $14 million in real.
not a ton. Not a ton of
More
room.
than most, though.
Yeah, more than most,
That is
for
more
sure.
than most. Especially when they're going to be a good team.
Yeah, they got a coach that can really unlock them.
Oh, I forgot about that. They're not going to be a good team.
But DeMar is now going to be the big domino, right? I think he is probably the player left who everyone is looking to. I think The LA rumors were there. The Miami rumors were there. That's all. The less money there is, the more that stuff is in
San
play.
Antonio still got a lot of cap space.
I heard they wanted Lowry Markkinen. Like, Pop,
Isn't
what
that
are you
been
doing?
something bubbling for a while? Wasn't that a trade deadline kind of thing that
It
the
was,
first
yeah.
went to?
I think that sounds familiar.
It's just occurred to me though, when I had also forgotten for a moment. That's how good the last couple of weeks are. That I'd forgotten who the Dallas Mavericks head coach is.
Yeah.
And poor Boban going back there, like a man with so much joy to give, so much joy to spread.
That's why they had to get it done early. They were like, there's going to be a mutiny by January if Boban's not here.
Or what if he just sucks all the joy out of Boban? What if he's a broken man after that? I don't want to live in that world. But
Just reunite him with Tobias Harris. That's all the world needs.
I don't know if Tobias Harris will want to be reunited right now. By the time they look to do stuff, who knows?
Tobias Harris might not have a choice in where he's heading, given all the stuff the Sixers are going through. Do we think a Ben Simmons trade happens today? There's a question.
No.
No. The
I don't know.
Sixers just
He's a
value
Sixer.
him too much.
He's a Sixer. They're being absolutely ridiculous. He's not very good. They should be, cutting their losses, moving on. You would get a good return right now if you weren't being completely unrealistic and unreasonable about it. I don't understand for a second what Daryl Morey is thinking, because people aren't going to be in like a month. They've dropped the price a little and we'll go to that. It's like, no, his value is probably getting worse by the day. The more people have to think about the kind of asking price you're looking for. I think it's ridiculous. If I was a Sixers fan, well, Sixers fans generally are angry, but if I was a Sixers fan, I'd be really, really angry, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
On DeMar. Brian Windhorst said on ESPN that the Bulls are potentially working on a sign-and trade with DeMar and Markkinen.
Oh my God! What the Spurs and Mark? I don't get it. What is the appeal? Worse Tony Kukoc? Why? Whatever the Spurs want to do, man. I was gonna say
the Bulls. Oh, the Bulls. I know you said earlier we're not going to talk a whole lot more about the Bulls.
Maybe
the
we
Bulls
will.
The Bulls are building a very weird team that I don't like, full of players I'm not crazy about. Like Zach LaVine talking about. Well, no, DeMar's okay, although
DeMar and LaVine next to each other on the wing is an issue. That's an issue.
And Lonzo's now there too.
Lonzo's a good defender, at least. I'm more worried about the defense with those two.
Kyle Lowry is tweeting out or putting up on Instagram his own news, so that's pretty official right now. He is going
from Tampa to Miami.
That decision in the next in the last 38 minutes.
Followed by just Shams tweeting, Kyle Lowry is signing with the Miami Heat.
At least Woj quote tweeted it. This is, some things just don't change. But as for the Bulls, LaVine and his whole, I want the respect I've earned. You're paid like $20 million a year already. How much respect do you think you've earned? Like, that's like, he's talking to too many guys out there in Tokyo and being like, yeah, I'm one of you guys. Sorry, you're not.
He might be one of those guys, but that says more about those guys. That says more about those guys than LaVine.
Was he in your roster, Rohan?
No.
I think we all left him off, which I didn't even think about that. Kind of cold. Even with the deals they did, the Knicks also still have a lot of cap. They came into this with like $52 million potentially. They signed $20 million or so in deals, but they still have a lot left.
Got a new one.
Oh,
Duncan
boy.
Robinson, 5 years, $90 million to stay with the Heat.
Host of the Long Shot Pod.
I was going to say, you missed the most important detail. 5 years, that's David or Davis Bertans money.
The largest ever for an undrafted player.
Is that tax going to be wild this year?
It's got to be more than the Bucks. And like what?
That's a lot of money for 4 players.
To be swept in the first round.
I mean, that's a lot of money. I think Duncan is good. I don't think he's been very good in any of the playoff series he's played thus far in his career. But that's
thanks to James Christian Middleton, NBA champion.
I mean, that's just we've seen this with
Wasn't
the
that
Bucks.
Middleton's first extension as well, as we just got? Wasn't that his original
5 years,
number?
70. 5 years, 70.
70, okay. Different times.
Yeah.
Wow. It's Duncan
Or was that
Robinson.
4 years? No, 5.
I think it was 5. I think he had a 5
Yeah,
year.
he had a
People
player-
hated it. People
player
hated
option,
it at first.
And they hated his second deal. And now where we are. Champions.
But congratulations to a fellow podcast host getting the bag.
Ooh.
I think any of us would be open to 5 years, $90 million.
NBA champion signing a deal here.
Oh boy.
Tory Craig, 2-year, $10 million deal with the Indiana Pacers.
Wow. Wait, they're going to give up on Doug McDermott, but they're going to give Tory $5 million a year? Why?
They want a champion. They want a champion for their culture. They need to build something.
Was DJ Wilson not available for less than this? Like, what?
Is DJ free agent? He is, right?
Yes, he
I'm
is.
pretty sure. I think him and
I don't think he was
Sterling.
extended.
I think he. No, I don't think he was extended.
Yeah.
DJ Wilson got
No, I don't think he was extended or tendered a offer.
Oh, I thought you meant he got extended. I was like, no, I don't think DJ Wilson got extended.
There's always time.
That's a good amount of money for Tory Craig. That's all I'll say.
And a weird. Well, it's not just the money. That's a weird.
What are the Pacers doing?
Yeah, going back to our point of the. Yeah, they use part of their mid-level.
Where, like, I know he did well with the Suns up until it kind of really mattered, but like, where's the gain in his play this year? Like, I really liked the Bucks getting him on that deal last year. I thought it was a steal, but I don't see what the Pacers have clearly seen to be like, oh yeah, well, that's where he was a year ago. Well, we're going to use part of our mid-level. And I also, like, do they need him? I don't know. I don't know what their plans are. Maybe they desperately need a wing defender now, but it's a weird one.
I just like defensive specialists. I think usually just don't. I mean, they're gonna get paid something, of course, but that's their spending tool. Indiana. I mean, they obviously have their own guys. They could still retain McDermott. I don't think they will because I don't think they want to come close to the tax for the team that they have and the results they've gotten from it. But Brogdon trade sure feels more likely now, less likely. I guess this doesn't really change it, but it's just weird, very weird. Not really sure what's going on with Indy. That'd be a sneakily fun Ben Simmons team. I think it would I think they need to make some sort of like the Spurs do in a different way. Like they need to kind of compound some of these players. They just have too many guys who are like good players, but if you have 6 of them, you're just like a 7th seed forever. Like you need to compound stuff at some point. I think that's where the Spurs are at. I don't think the Spurs are going to do it, but I think that's where they're at. They're going to add another guy who no one's sure about in Markkanen.
When are the Pacers going to trade one of the bigs?
There's so many years too late.
Their core issues still
There's
exist.
so many years too late. I think that at some point they probably could have done one of them and something for Jalen Brown, excuse me. Which
there was a Turner Jalen Brown deal a few years back.
I mean, this was Ainge Celtics, so everything's been at the 1 yard line.
Former Pacer Doug McDermott off the board, 3 years, $42 million with the Spurs.
Oh, there's
there
the
you go.
Spurs. Wow, they lost Bertans and they've been waiting to get another one.
That's more Spursy than things we've been seeing for a while.
It's not Spursy at all, actually, because they don't sign free agents in the cap space ever.
Well, things have changed on that front in terms of what they have to do because they don't have a whole lot. But I think in terms of player type, and if they do pull off any kind of sign and trade and get Markkanen, I think there's some intriguing pieces of what you could do something with, knowing they're not going to be very good and they're going to take a step back, but they'll have some room to grow and also kind of importantly to play a bit more like Pop used to have the Spurs play, which is a weird thing that's happened. I guess LaMarcus Aldridge kind of set that off, and then DeRozan came in, and their whole way of playing was just tooled away from what Spurs culture had been for the entirety of Pop's tenure before that. So, yeah, kind of an interesting move.
Our friend Jake points out that Tory Craig is basically getting Pat Connaughton money. I know who I would take. I know who's rafters bound. That's all I'm saying.
Here we go. Chris Haynes, breaking
Paul?
news. Chris Paul off the board, 4-year, up to $120 million contract that will expire when he's 40.
So the Suns were the only team that could give him
I
a 4th
love
year.
I love how like people like different newsbreakers write their tweets of like, you got Duncan Robinson, host of that, or like Chris Paul is going to be paid until he's 40, and his birthday is on February 8th or whatever. It's
Woj got scooped on that because he was too busy including the names of both Chris Paul's agents. Like,
hey, gotta pay the piper. It's interesting that it's not all guaranteed. That both tweets say up to 120 million. So either incentives or some sort of team control there. I think the Suns had to do it. We'll see how much control they got. But, I mean, we kind of saw Chris Paul's physical limitations on display this year when he's 36, and now they're signing him until he's 40. They had to do it. They had no choice. It's risky. It's like the Lowry thing. It's risky, but I think they probably had to do it based on the atmosphere, not the atmosphere, but just everything else that's happening.
I mean, I know that they're in a situation which is not entirely unfamiliar to us. They're just kind of running it back. It's like,
Yeah. Oh, I mean, honestly, though, I was thinking about this. I think they actually could get back to the finals. I don't think the West is looking to be as strong as usual next year. I mean, the Lakers, we've talked about a little bit. Well, they're going to make some moves at some point. That might be where DeRozan's going. Don't love the core they have. And you talk about expensive aging cores. The Clippers with Kawhi probably out for a year and maybe not re-signing. That hasn't happened yet. The Warriors just keep adding rookies who aren't ready to play yet to Steph Curry for some reason.
Speak multiple languages.
Yeah, that's big. Hey, us losers are rooting for a basketball team. Warriors fans are rooting for an international brand, Rohan. Level up, okay? Basketball is secondary to the business of the Golden State Warriors.
Being bilingual, trilingual, that's awesome.
No, I agree with that. Everything about Warriors culture is just annoying as hell. And Murray is going to probably be out for the year. So the West is open. I think the Suns clearly could not afford to lose Chris Paul.
No, they really couldn't. If they really wanted to bring it, run it back, this was their most successful season in how many years? You have to. And again, like you said, Ty, there's an avenue for them to get back. It's not going to be strong. The T-Wolves, they're never going to get any better.
Reported. Sorry, not to interrupt what I just did.
No.
It's not even news that's actually happened. But Michael Graham's very connected with the Raptors. Writes for Sportsnet. Tweets: Goran Dragic's first choice would be rerouted to Dallas. I'm told. Not a surprise. Luka, all that stuff.
That's a good call.
Oh, and isn't Igor Kokoskov?
Yes, he is. As Mark Cuban said,
Slovenian
it's all about
national team
relationships.
connections to be
So
clear.
really, he's okay. Well, he's kind of the head coach. They're trying to do a Slovenia thing, and they're just being like, "Hey, Jason, smile for the camera."
He probably won't. I wonder who gets routed. I wonder who gets routed back for if it's a trade for Goran. Was it $19 million?
Yep.
Would they give up stuff?
Is it 19?
Yeah.
It's 19 for Dragic.
They don't have many.
I was at work
contracts
when that
fit
happened, so I was catching up yesterday. I was like, "What? Oh, what?" Just a lot of
So there's Porzingis at 31, and then their next biggest contract they still have outside of Hardaway. I don't think they're trading him. Is Dwight Powell at 11? It's a little tricky to figure it out how they're going to make that work. And they clearly, as you mentioned, I think Bobby Marks said 14 million in cap, so they can't just take him into cap space. Maybe there's a buyout. We'll see what happens, but that's going to be an interesting situation if Dragic wants to get to Mavs. Maybe they do make a Porzingis deal. Would you flip Porzingis for Goran and something?
Would Masai Ujiri?
what is his contract too?
Probably.
It's a lot, I think.
Oh, they made Chris Haynes add the agents on too.
I know. I was gonna say he got a text, but hey, he did it the right way. He was first. You can put that out after the fact. Nobody, when everyone embeds that tweet in their aggregating articles, something we've had experience of doing in the past, it's not going to have the agents there. It's going to have Chris Haynes. That's what it's going to have. Good for you, Chris Haynes.
Porzingis is about 3 years, 90+ million. This coming year is 31 million. There's 3 years left on that bad boy.
No.
Just perspective here. Cody Erickson in the chat. Drew trade aging like fine wine. Yep.
Totally agree. I mean, the contract is too. People were sweating over that contract.
Ty, Kristaps has a player option for 36 million.
Yeah, I didn't think it was worth including that there was an option because I think he's
going to take it.
I think he'd opt into it right now.
Who wants that? Certainly not the Raptors with the direction they may be headed and a smart GM. I don't think that's the deal you're looking to take.
Direction, they're already bad.
Well, they're gonna be really bad. What did they do? And also, was this the best way for them to go about it? Like, is this not the route that Simmons really should have taken? Like, is Daryl Morey looking now and being like, who are they gonna have as a point guard?
Oh, there's an interview with Chris Paul from Chris Haynes already as well. I knew Phoenix was where I wanted to be. Kind of implied by the 4-year contract, although money helps too. I do think if there is a Simmons deal, I still feel like it's going to be Toronto. Because clearly they're pivoting toward a rebuild now. They're going to tool it up. I think the issue...
rebuilding, why do they get a player with a max contract already?
Who?
Ben Simmons.
Simmons?
Oh, because he's 23 years old.
Yeah, but he's already being paid max.
Yeah,
money.
I mean, that's fine, but he's 23. You're resetting the timeline. Yeah. Siakam is what, 27? I think that would be basically the deal. I think the issue is Siakam's
27 now?
He's older than Giannis.
Yeah,
that's true. That's all.
He was like, he was a senior when he came out of, when he came out for the draft, he was a senior.
They need to tear it all.
They are. I think they are tearing. Siakam is available.
I didn't think he would
happens.
get traded too, but maybe he should.
Oh, someone in the chat says Pascal is 29. Either way,
he's 27.
That can't be true.
Yeah, I don't think he's 29, but a better fit with Embiid than Simmons, I think, pretty easily. But I do think like Siakam, Tobias, Embiid. That's such a weird front court. That's a weird team, but I think they'd probably be better. I don't know if the Sixers are willing to actually take a fair deal. They want Siakam and OG and picks and everything else in the world. It's getting a little crazy there, but I think a deal around Simmons and Siakam makes sense.
What are they actually doing?
What team?
Like seriously,
the Sixers?
The Sixers. Could someone tell me what Daryl Morey is doing?
You want to know the interesting subplot of the Sixers right now?
Go on.
Embiid is extension eligible, and I think just has 1 year left. Maybe 2.
1 year already?
Maybe 2 years, but I know he's extension eligible. It's not a long time. I mean, he got the second deal. Like, has he played like a season when he got his second contract? I know
it was his first full year.
There's a ton of injury protection in there, which will not happen on his next deal, I bet. But I know that he's extension eligible. The clock is ticking for them more than I think people think because Embiid's contract is farther along.
He has 2 years left.
Are they both guaranteed? I bet they are.
They're both guaranteed.
Oh, he can't
but
get
they
out
have
early.
they have a lot of those. Like,
they have a
like
ton of injury protection. Yeah.
He had
so
a weird contract.
Yeah.
Um,
because he signed it after his first full year. That was the Sixers. Who did they play that year? It was not the. It was the year before they went in for like Jimmy Butler and Tobias Harris and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then that is. I forgot about his contract.
Yeah, they are. They're running a timeline, so that's why I think there's.
But the thing is, right? It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work.
I agree.
Okay, so they need to get a real guard. Is he just is Morey being like, let's just play this game for a while because I really don't want to do anything until a Brad Beal or Damian Lillard actually becomes available, and that's the trade I want to make as opposed to, an older point guard. I mean, I can see logic to that. But you're playing a dangerous game with the timeline you have for Embiid because you need to have a real guard in place to start the season and make yourself a good team, and make yourself a team that's not going to lose to the Atlanta Hawks in the playoffs.
The sad reality of Embiid's contract not being fully guaranteed, you don't know how many healthy seasons you're going to get, even if he doesn't leave, right? Like even if he sticks around, it's fraught. It's a fraught situation. So yeah, I think
he currently has a torn meniscus and is not getting surgery.
Of course not. It's the Philly medical staff. But I do think it's such a weird situation for them. But no, I agree with you, Adam. I think there was this whole sentiment of, they don't need to rush it. They're not going to rush it. It can't take too long because I don't think this works. I think we have a lot of examples that this does not work for them. Seth Curry looked like Steph Curry out there. It still didn't work against Atlanta. Like, it's sad in Philly. You hate to see it. We got a good question. There's another lull.
Do you hate to see it though?
No, absolutely not. From B Finkish. Hey guys, appreciate you doing this live. Appreciate you tuning in. Quick question for you all: who is your ideal vet minimum if we can re-sign PJ and Bobby? His or hers? I think his is Lou Williams.
I have a thought on that. Because I think it was Jake Fisher, right?
I believe so.
Before that, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I was like, he doesn't seem like a Bucks, slash Bud player. I know there's some. I mean, I think he's a useful player. Even he is his.
He was
defensive...
literally a Bud player though, as we talked about on the. He was on when Bud first came to the Hawks.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Or his ACL, which was a big blow to him. So there is some.
Because then he got traded to Toronto, right?
Yes, I think it was Toronto.
That's right. Ah, interesting.
So there is some relationship potentially there.
We also saw a report that he would be open, or he is in play for Indy for a vet min. Now, I don't think that's happening in Indy anymore. Right. They have 15 players under contract now after the McConnell deal with McConnell and Craig, according to Bobby Marks. They do have 2 non-guarantees, but they're right at the tax line. I don't know if they're going to – well, I guess if you add a vet min, it doesn't change it that much. But I think Lou Will would be an awesome vet min. Like, clearly not a perfect player, but still has a lot in the tank. I want to say he takes incredible care of himself. Doesn't exactly have a Tom Brady-like regime of health, but what he does works for him.
Somehow.
It works for him.
You just get
he literally won Atlanta playoff game against Philly. That massive comeback. That was a 23-point comeback.
I think
he
really helped win one against the Bucks too.
I was gonna say Bucks too.
He was great in the playoffs, and we didn't really expect it. Yeah, I mean, I think he earned a lot of respect more from me, and it would be legendary to have him interacting with PJ and Giannis and everyone else.
He needs a contract stipulation for Points East Wings Pub. The Points East Pub Wing, whatever. It's a local joke for like 2 people.
To answer the question though, like ideal vetman, I mean, if we want to be unrealistic, DeMar, Oladipo.
That's definitely being unrealistic.
Oladipo's not, I don't think.
Yeah, Oladipo's not.
DeMar is very unrealistic. Oladipo's less unrealistic. Like slightly plausible. Lou Williams is a good one. That might be.
I think
honestly.
Is Patty Mills?
I think it's unrealistic.
Well, here's the thing. It's more realistic the farther we go, and the less money is on the table.
We're still waiting on what happens with Schroeder, Dinwiddie, who's got a lot of play and a lot of buzz.
I keep hearing Washington. Hearing Washington.
I've seen Washington.
OKC.
New Orleans was a destination too.
New York.
We got Devontae Graham. I'm missing like a bunch of other free agent point guards.
There's a lot. It is that plays into the Bucks' hands. It's a crowded field.
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson. That's Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers on min is totally
Austin
possible.
Rivers was gonna be the one I said, which is just feels very realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, Patty Mills. If somehow the ball's in Patty Mills' court, it's like if he just wants to go, and he's been on bad Spurs teams for a couple of years now, and is like, yeah, let's go somewhere good. And let's go to a team that will fit him really well, which the Bucks would. And obviously, there's someone who's got some familiarity with Bud. Has he? Right at the start of his...
Yeah, he looked into it, and he does,
max, I'd say 2 years, if not even just the year Bud left for the Hawks. But that's one that I think is the no-brainer. And I think that's the dream, whatever way the Bucks could work things out. But it's someone is going to pay him more than that, so it's up to whether he's just going to decide to take it instead.
Terms on Kyle Lowry's deal with the Heat is 3 years, $90 million. I believe that's what he signed with the Raptors last time he was a free agent, if not
I think it is, yeah.
Do these NBA teams know about, like, the process of aging? Is this something that...
I mean,
seriously,
to be fair, we said that about Chris Paul's last contract.
That's true, and he's aged better than 99% of players at that age in NBA history.
I just don't believe at 40, though.
I mean, I feel
Kyle Lowry at 38 going on 39. There are certain...
I've been saying this for years.
But it feels like the exceptions are becoming the rule for teams, and there's a lot of teams that are going to get burned by that. It's like, yeah, LeBron is getting on, and he's not the player he was, but he's still LeBron. He's still really good. Let's keep paying. It's like, it's just not how it works. Chris Paul might be that as well. I don't know about Kyle Lowry. I really don't know. I know it's been my thing to doubt Kyle Lowry for a long time, and it's backfired on me once, notably. But I just don't know about that. With his size, with everything, with just the way he's kind of, I guess, earned his miles and thrown himself around, like his style of play, very different to Chris Paul's too, and particularly Chris Paul at this point in his career. Not crazy about that, but hey, if the Heat want to do it, I say let them do it.
Yeah.
One question I want to lob to the group. Bucks obviously haven't done anything yet. Is there a chance, and we all love Bobby, would love to see Bobby back on the TPMLE. Is there a chance with everything that's happening, are the Bucks waiting to use that particular contract to see who does end up available? I don't think they're getting DeMar. I don't know who else out there is more appealing than Portis. There's a lot of good players around. I do wonder, is there any chance that the Bucks are saying, let's see who might fall? Maybe a couple negotiations are ongoing right now that they're involved in.
I don't think so. I don't think they're considering bringing someone back over Bobby. Wouldn't be a very popular decision. I also just don't think it would be a very smart one. You'd have to be really, really sure about the guy you're getting back and their fit and what they could do. And is that player out there? Is that player kind of obviously there where you're like, oh yeah, this person will slot in seamlessly in every way and will do all the same things for the team, and the players will like him as much. You'll fit in on, well, but I'm not quite at the point of saying on both ends with Bobby yet. Bobby was trying very hard, and it did what needed to be done. It did what needed to be done.
What's it gonna take?
I mean, his defense can still improve. By the end of his next contract with the Bucks, he could be a solid defender. All he needs to do is survive, and he proved he could survive, which is more than like 90% of NBA players can do in the playoffs. So I'm not taking shots at him. It's not a knock. Let's not pretend. Let's not be John Horst in his post-draft press conference where he's like, yeah, Sandro, he looks like he'd be a really good switchable defender, and he'd be able to. It's like, let's not do that. I don't see the player out there that you go for over Bobby.
Yeah, I agree. You have to, one, for emotional reasons, and two, he just fits. He fits the timeline, like Giannis's timeline. He fits this team. Just bring the band back. It's not that difficult. It's Bobby. Bobby's the target.
I don't disagree. Yeah, I mean, just thought about it. Go ahead, Jordan.
I was going to say, I think we can always say like, oh, the grass is greener with whoever else, these names that pop up during free agency and rumors and stuff like that. But like, Bobby found his place in Milwaukee, and was I expecting myself like racing to see like Bobby Portis to sign a deal with Team X for this gargantuan amount of money? I was certainly waiting for that tweet to happen, but we have not seen that happen. I mean, whether that leads to seeing something later about him coming back to Milwaukee, who knows? But the fact that he hasn't signed yet, I think, is kind of, I would say, encouraging, but anything can happen still.
Yeah, I think it's largely encouraging. I don't think he's going to take an MLE somewhere else. I think it would have to have been a substantial cap space deal. And this isn't source, just my take on it. But I do think it's feeling good. The longer he goes unsigned, I do think it's good for the Bucks ultimately. It's taking them a while to do anything. Who knows what's happening, what's in the air right now. Maybe it's the other end. Maybe Bobby has a contract somewhere contingent on other moves. That's how a lot of this goes, right? Is like, if we can't do this and this doesn't happen, then we'll have this money. That's the complicated thing.
Yeah, we heard the Lakers plan F like 3 days. You know what I mean? Like, that's where we're at.
Oh, we're gonna trade for Buddy Hield. Russell Westbrook.
Former Book news. Yeah.
Jason
Mavericks.
Kidd reunited.
Yeah, Jake Fisher called that as well, I think.
Yeah, that interest was out there. Out there. Actually had a good season in Houston. Will be interesting to see if he can do it again in Dallas.
Gets to stay in state and avail those sweet tax breaks.
Sure does. I'm interested. Do we think this is vet min, or do we think he gets more than vet min?
Vet min.
We think it's.
I don't think it's vet min. To be off the board this early, why sign a vet min on an hour in? Has anyone signed a vet min yet?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think so.
No, I don't think you're not going to sign a vet min an hour in on opening night. I think we've got to wait till tomorrow. Now that I've said that, Sterling Brown has definitely signed the vet min there, but I don't see why you would do that, particularly if in signing it would force you to reunite with Jason Kidd.
I do think playing with Luka is going to be nice for Sterling. He's going to get some good looks from three.
Yeah.
We had a question in the chat about the Bucks. This is not something we've talked about as much. I know we had a mailbag question about it when we did our mailbag a couple weeks back at him. The traded player exceptions, the TPE. So this is a little confusing. The Bucks free agency mechanism is the TPMLE, taxpayer mid-level exception. They also have 2 traded player exceptions. So basically, without giving up any salary, you can take back salary. I do think these are mostly useless just because we've talked about the Bucks would probably be open to trading Dante, and I think the salary you could take back for Dante is pretty close, if not more so, than their bigger traded player exception. But it's 4-point-something million, I think. It's left over from the PJ Tucker deal, if I recall correctly. Basically, you can take in a player who makes that much or less. You can't combine it with any of the other TPEs, can't combine it with players. So you're talking about either vet min guys who for some reason are still under contract, very few of those are usually 1-year deals, or rookie scale players, low rookie scale players. There's just not a lot that fits into it. I think Aaron Holiday was one that actually did that was interesting. He already got moved. I don't think it's going to be an exciting exception. I don't think they're going to use it. Again, like trading Dante probably makes more sense, especially because they don't have that many roster spots open.
It's always one of those things. It's very hard to predict. You just kind of, if they use it and it happens, it's like, okay, this is what they've done. I know that's boring and it's the exact opposite of what we like to try to do for content, but it's always tricky with exceptions because unless you're going to go through every team in the league and every possible player, you're not going to come up with names easy. And at this point, too, so much of that is in flux and we don't even know what the Bucks need just yet. I mean, my one thing on not having super early Bucks deals, to me, these could be famous last words, but it does make me more confident again about Bobby staying because I think if they felt it was the other way, they would have been rushing out there to try and get whoever was kind of next on their board with that money. So the fact that they haven't been kind of quick out of the gate makes it seem to me like it's probably a case of ironing out details with PJ, ironing out details with Bobby, and those guys will come back.
I think too, I mean, we all know limited resources, and by limited, I mean all caps limited resources the Bucks have. And how many times, here we go. Jeff Green going to the Nuggets, 2 years, $10 million. Deal includes a player option in the second year per ESPN's Malika Andrews.
Well, there's one guy we heard is a TPMLE candidate that the Bucks are not picking over. Nor should they have, but not coming to Milwaukee. Would have been nice on a vet.
So they have Jeff Green and Michael Green.
We looked at both of those guys as potential Bobby replacements. The Nuggets said we'll take them all.
Yep. But that's there. If the Bucks felt right now that Bobby Portis was not coming back, they would have offered that same offer to Jeff Green. There'd have been a real role. And would he have been picking the Nuggets, particularly since they have JaMychal Green and
Michael Porter Jr.?
A lot of the other players. Exactly. That's what I was going to say next. So that I would also take as somewhat encouraging because it feels like Jeff Green would have been one of the first guys they would have turned to if they felt Bobby was going to be out the door. The other player who nothing on early, which not that I expected, but it can happen. Like, do they find a way and they bring Bryn Forbes back as well? Bryn Forbes, if he comes back, is going to have less money than what he opted out of, most likely. But I don't want it, but do they try to do it? It's possible.
It's a player option in year 2 for Jeff Green. Go ahead, Rohan.
It is possible. It's more possible than I am realistically comfortable with, given we've seen the highs and the lows of Bryn Forbes in the postseason. Yeah, I mean, I could say he's a good regular season player. There's no denying, right? He's good. He'll go out there for 82 games. It is 82 this year, right?
He's good against this new super team in Miami as well. We do have Houston's busy adding. Actually, no, they're not. Houston hasn't done anything else. But David Nwaba, 3 years, $15 million. A fine deal. That's another player we looked at as a nice vet min wing. A lot of money for a guy who not a great shooter, has had trouble staying healthy. But I think he is a good player to take a shot on. Would have been
he's
a vet min.
He's like my white whale at this point.
Would have been a vet min guy for the Bucks though. So good for him for getting $15 million instead of 2 or whatever.
Jordan, how many years am I trying to land David Nwaba now? Not quite as long as Mo Harkless, but
No, it's no more
close.
Harkless or
But
no,
it's
it's no more
close.
Harkless or there was a center that you
Of course, there's a center.
um
Gonna have to be a
multiple
little
probably.
more specific.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't remember who it was. Anyway, yeah, that's a weird deal. Well, anyway, to the Jeff Green point, I mean, that kind of gives you an indication of where Bobby's market could be. I mean, to the point of if he wants to stay, there's no team. I mean, at this point, it would be what San Antonio and I guess New York is always a looming threat, just even with how much money they've already spent. But like
OKC, maybe on the same logic as Dinwiddie of 2 years for big money, and you rehab well, they don't need to rehab Bobby's image anymore, but you wait until you can trade him and then trade him. I mean, I think they're going to do that with someone. I think that's how they're going to use their cap space, unless the Cavs get jumpy and say we need to get off Kevin Love. Here's 2 firsts or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just still kind of like wrapping my head around the fact that like how we were talking about Bobby a week ago.
Yeah.
How he even was talking. He was on an interview, one of my last pieces. Like he was like already saying something about like I don't know if I have to weigh out a lot of these things, but
the thing is like that's probably already been communicated that he's potentially re-signing with the Bucks. That info is.
What are you talking about, Rohan? What? Negotiations have only started 72 minutes ago.
Yeah, my bad.
A lot in play.
Let's say hypothetically, if that were to happen, which it can't, obviously.
No, of course not. Of course not. That's
the teams with cap space already know an inkling about Bobby, which means they're going to go other directions.
So coming into the night, Knicks had 52, Spurs had 48, Mavs had 33. That's about gone. OKC's 30 is still there. Memphis Grizzlies 24. I think with the guys they have, Portis wouldn't make a ton of sense for them, but a team trying to compete. Then the Raptors, Heat, that's gone. Hornets at 16.8, but I think I'm not sure if this is before or after some of the moves they've made. I don't know what the Hornets situation is like.
Got a couple wings off the board.
Yeah. Reggie Bullock to the Mavericks, Mo Harkless to the Kings.
2-year, $9 million deal for Mo Harkless. Speaking of Adams' long lost white whale.
Yeah, those are both fine.
Also,
Reggie Bullock's good.
I think Reggie Bullock's pretty good. We'll see what the terms are. Probably not
Sterling
much.
Brown and Reggie Bullock is like building a nice wing rotation.
Sterling Brown was a 2-year deal per Tim McMahon of ESPN. No contract or like money terms in that tweet, but still could be a minimum.
Yeah.
2-year minimum? I hope not for Sterling.
There could be, maybe it's an option deal. Maybe it's a player. That seems to be very popular now. If you're on the image rehab deal, you get the player option. And if things go really wrong, you can double your payday or whatever it is. Mo Harkless, just doesn't feel that useful to the Bucks given his lack of shooting.
I wanted him like 4 years ago, to be clear. Yeah. It's just
Sterling Brown is signing a 2-year, $6.2 million deal.
Is that biannual? Biannual exception. So what the Bucks used last year to get Portis. Yeah.
Yes. Did you guys know that Duncan Robinson was a podcaster before tonight?
Yes, because he interviewed Bobby Portis.
Yes.
I saw this quote, which I was going to bring up, but I didn't realize it was from Duncan. I don't know if I even know what Duncan Robinson sounds like. And, let's keep it that
sounds
way.
like this.
Bobby's quote, for anyone who doesn't know, which I thought was interesting, like, will I read it through? You've all heard this? Have you all listened to that podcast? Or... No, just about Milwaukee.
Yeah, go ahead and read
it. Kind of a backhand.
We're probably going to take a quick 10 to 15 minute break after this, given that there's no more news breaking. We will be back after that, but let's end hour one maybe on an amazing Bobby Portis quote.
This is Bobby. I like Milwaukee. Milwaukee cool though. It's better than people think it is, It's definitely better than people think it is. Obviously, like the big markets have the better food places and the high name food places and things like that. But being in Milwaukee is great. It's great people there. Sports town. They really love their sports. They love all the guys in the team. Sometimes you might go to a team where they only like the guys with the big names. You know, in Milwaukee, they love all of their guys. You go anywhere, you get love. People cheer for you. They got your back. They're just fanatics, bro.
I love that.
Nice.
Like almost none of that true for most players before this very season. But I'm
But
glad
Bucks
that that's what
fans-
Bobby Portis felt like, and that shows you Bucks fans, after a long time of being sort of dormant, they showed up for this.
You know, ownership should probably go into that tax because Bucks fans have got them the chance to keep Bobby Portis there. That's what that kind of quote indicates. It's like if it wasn't for the month long of just relentless chanting, I'm sure in his sleep he was just hearing his name being chanted. Like this may not be possible, regardless of what happened on the court.
It's a great point. Bobby. So last bit of news here. Boban's deal is 1 year. Mavs will have his bird rights. They can sign him to a bigger deal later. We'll see what that looks like. But, all right, let's go to a quick break as long as nothing broke literally right now. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to refuel, get ready. Hoping we get some Bucks news. We'll see what happens. But see everyone in a few minutes. We're back. Hour 2, starting off with a bang.
Bobby.
We ended hour 1 with faux Bobby Portis chants. We go to eat some food. We come back. Bobby Portis, 2-year, $9 million contract to stay in Milwaukee, which, as we were talking about a little bit right before we went live again, is a huge deal because, Adam, do you want to explain?
It seems like he's left the taxpayer mid-level exception on the table. He has gone, and I need to shout out here to Adam Capel, who I had a back and forth with
follow.
on Twitter, and he noted that one thing we had left out in our preview was there was the possibility, albeit we agreed it was unlikely, that Bobby could just go for a non-bird rights deal, which would be $4.3 million, which with annual increases on a 2-year deal would bring him to $9 million over 2 years. In doing that, he's left the taxpayer mid-level option open for the Bucks. So this really changes things with, say, like the Patty Mills conversation we had earlier. Like, this is a really big deal. Bobby has done the biggest possible favor for the Bucks. My favorite part of this is Shams already reporting that he turned down potential deals from the Mavericks and Heat. It's just could Bobby Portis have done any more for the Bucks now with this deal? This is truly incredible.
Tie up some of their resources for a little bit. Jordan, what was didn't a report from the Heat side just come through that he turned down Miami because of bigger offers?
Also, Bobby has made this official on Instagram, saying, "Run that shit back."
Let's go. Let's go.
Wouldn't want to be nowhere else. #underdog.
I mean,
we're all buying underdog shirts, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Adam, I think, is muted.
He had a great championship one. He was quick with the turnaround on the merch at the WWE event. He was wearing an underdog champion one. So,
Bobby Portis, do you care to discuss this deal live on the Eurostep?
Call in. There's a couple other deals to talk about, but first, I mean, let's just focus on, as we already mentioned, like, staying with the Bucks at all was sort of doing a favor, right? Like, with what they had to pay, clearly there was some money out there. Teams were interested in Bobby Portis, but staying for basically what the non-bird deal is what the way to put it, right? It's the percentage of his last year's salary instead of the taxpayer mid-level. You can say it's only $1.5 million or whatever, but still, like, for Bobby to not take every available dollar from the Bucks to stay, that's just right or wrong. That is a thing around the league, right? Like, there is a sense for players a lot of the time. I think it's fully deserved. Hey, if I did what I did, I know you're constrained by the cap or whatever, but, like, give me all the dollars you can. And we would have been thrilled if he stayed on the TPMLE and did that. But for him to do this is, like, such an understanding of, he's not just saying it when he says he wants to run it back. That is a run it back action. That is like, all right, Teague, we need someone who's going to contribute to the group project. So I'll take a little bit less this year, get a bag next year. Do you
think he saved it for Teague? Is that what's happened here?
I think he saved it for anyone but Teague is the reality. But now all these guard options and Bobby and potentially PJ are all in play. If the Bucks run it back with a Patty Mills plus retain Bobby and PJ, that's better than I think our dream scenario would have been heading into this. That is really, really good. That only one move done, a lot to go, but this is a strong start for free agency for the Bucks.
Just completely unexpected. Realistic.
Rohan tweeting to get Bobby to join us. I was a little concerned that was the Zoom link for a second, that we would have a lot of non-Bobby people in the mix in a hurry. But no, that's Bobby. Please come and join us. I have apologies to make to you.
But it's just incredible. It's an incredible statement for him because, again, this is Milwaukee, and even though they're a city of champions, they still have that reputation on them. Like, he had to explain to Duncan Robinson, "Oh, this place is cool. It's fine." Like, that's still the reputation. No, he's not even taking the taxpayer mid-level so he can run it back with his championship team and potentially add someone else.
And that's the other thing. I think we would have been fine if they had used their mid-level to get him back because we knew where their resources were. The fact that he's doing it through non-bird rights and all that stuff, like that's commitment. And I mean, we can say all these things about like how we felt about him coming and all this stuff, and that's just wild. That's
is there any chance that second year is guaranteed?
It's got a player option per.
It's a player option.
This is John Horst we're talking about.
I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Of course, it's got a player option. I mean, anyway, you can bump him up. We talked about this. It's like there's got to be payback here. I think if things go well, that will be the plan and that will have been laid out to him. So you're going to bump it up and progress. You'll get closer. Next year, they'd have early bird rights. But yeah, Bobby's time should be coming for his big payday, but he might just have to collect some rings in the meantime. I mean, that might be how he makes up for it.
I mean, he's got a lot. I talked about this during the run. A lot of endorsements coming in, BP, others happening.
Gosh.
I mean, there's ways to make supplemental income even in Milwaukee. Oh, Alex
Everyone go buy
Lenson.
underdog stuff.
He's gonna milk. I am so looking forward to this summer and what remains, and how much like he's going to just like go crazy with
I love it.
Everything Milwaukee related.
I love it so much. Milwaukee Tool, BP, Quick Trip. He's going to be everywhere. I cannot wait. We're going to have to circle back to some of these contracts. Obviously, it's the Bucks show first. We're going to focus on
I mean,
Bobby.
some terrible contracts.
Yeah,
Zach Collins. Good Lord.
The Spurs are ODing on tall white guys right now. If they end up with Lowry too, I don't even know how I'm going to act. But
where's that pop gif?
yeah, running. Yeah, that's enough about the Spurs. Here's a Spur we should talk about. Patty Mills, who I think now is our consensus. I won't use my big board. I think our consensus number one target.
Sure, it's not Malik Monk.
I think Malik Monk is now more in play, and I think would be a nice upside signing.
No, I want Patty Mills. Do you want Malik Monk over Patty Mills?
I think I'd rather have Patty Mills.
Yes.
But I would be very happy with Malik Monk too. We don't know what Patty's going to sign for, what money he's going to need, but you know, Oladipo, it sounds like you wouldn't even need that. I mean, the Bucks could walk away from this with Portis, Tucker, Patty Mills, and Victor Oladipo, with a taxpayer mid-level and PJ's bird rights coming in and nothing else. Like, still on the table. Let's not get carried away. Again, one of these things has happened, but it was the one that mattered the most for opening up everything else. Like we talked about, PJ's deal largely irrelevant to the rest of their spending. Bobby was the swing piece. He's swung entirely Bucks. So I believe, I'm looking at other names, Reggie Jackson still around. Austin Rivers still around. Might be even less than mid-level. Otto Porter Jr. could be, maybe then you get Austin Rivers on the minimum. You bring in a wing player. They have just more options now. Josh Hart, Tony Snell. I mean, there's a lot of good players floating around, and that's the thing about this.
I forgot about
we
Josh
were not
Hart.
expecting this.
Josh Hart could be really fun. But
Bob, I'm on officialunderdog.com right now. I'm trying to. Bobby needs to get the championship T-shirt up there. You know,
it's not up here.
I'm ready and waiting. I need Bobby to update the site. I mean, we're all gonna basically crowdsource. You know, the money he's left on the table if he gets the good underdog shirts up there.
I was just gonna.
The other thing I'm thinking with this is I think this is great news for the non-guaranteed guys because this has opened up a really easy path to the Bucks having a lot of options, a lot of good guys. And if I was on one of those non-guaranteed guys, I'd be starting to sweat. I mean, it's a pretty tricky spot for them to be in because, as you outlined, it's now that they have that extra slot, real salary to use on a good player. This Bucks team is just going to look so much more formidable, and it's going to be more appealing to the ring chasers who will come and sign that vet min now than it was already, than it was as the team with the reigning champions, and it was to come and play with Giannis. It's going to be something even better than that because right now there is a pretty clear path. You know, things still have to be taken care of, but to the Bucks being a better team next year than they were this year.
I mean, the other thing just to add quickly, it's basically like they get to have a new player added in Dante coming back. I mean, he was there all regular season and for the first round, but the championship team, most of it didn't have Dante, and maybe there's still a trade. We don't know what's going to happen, but they can get all the guys we've talked about, or some of them, and still have Dante coming back to the fold as well.
And a better backup point guard too.
Real guards behind him.
Yeah.
So suddenly, and maybe in front of him, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what else they can add. But you're looking at a team that could be deeper without being all that old. I mean, I think a lot of the scenarios, it's like the Bucks add a bunch of old guys and see what happens from there. PJ obviously a little older, but Portis is not. Some of these other options are around 30, which isn't ancient. I mean, Oladipo is not 30 yet. Malik Monk is 24. We'll see. But there's just a lot of options and flexibility now for Milwaukee, and this is the perfect start. Bobby taking this deal is the perfect start. A lot to happen, but you would think the Bucks would be in the driver's seat on a lot of conversations right now with the TPL MLE still in their hand.
And also, I mean, it's the ultimate thing. I mean, PJ is a different spot in his career, and I think he's wanted quite a bit of money for a long time. But if you want PJ to get in the spirit of goodwill and maybe give a little bit back, not that it helps us, this would only help the owners. So I don't really mind PJ if you're just going to hold out and get paid, as long as they actually do that. But it's kind of interesting just in terms of setting a benchmark for, we all want to be back and be a part of this. Bobby is the obvious guy to lead at that. As we said so many times, though, it was not very long ago that it just seems like, no, this isn't going to happen. And that was him signing for the taxpayer mid-level, not signing for even less than it.
I think good question here from Nick in the chat. Can we start talking about Bucks culture? This was like kind of a meme during the Heat series, making fun of Heat culture. This is the manifested form of Bucks culture right there. I mean, I think
didn't the Bucks have that tweet where Brandon Jennings passed the torch to?
Oh God.
But no, to
This is
really
such a happy
take
moment. Why are we doing
take it away from that. Well, we can laugh at that kind of moment. This is what winning a championship does. You can laugh at those kind of things.
5 days ago, though.
I know. But yeah, Bucks culture is very, very real. Like, it's something that you're gonna get. We talked about, like, with Bobby potentially leaving, just the knock-on effect for other guys around the league of being like, oh, hey, I want to go and be on a good team and, improve my reputation, pump up my trade value, or pump up my next contract, just change my trajectory as a player in the league. This is a good spot to do it. I mean, Bobby's showing that, you could do that, but it's also such a good spot that you won't want to leave and you'll be prepared to just kind of work it out and stick around, which is like all of this, the last month. What a turn of events, right? What a very dramatic turnaround from even what it could have been not so long ago, like 3 months ago, what it might have looked like being. It's pretty wild that someone like Bobby Portis goes and has the impact he does have in the playoffs, in the finals. And then, I don't know if any of you saw our good friend, Gary Wolfel, had some reports earlier that, like, Bobby wants 15 million plus. That was the word on the street from
Gary. We all have stopped writing now, and Gary still outlives us all. Not even just that, people are still sourcing him as a credible source.
And this is the point. The only reason I saw it was on Hoops Hype when I was looking for that Bobby tweet to read out earlier, or that Bobby quote. That's what was there. Trevor Ariza going back to the Lakers.
Doesn't want to face the Bucks in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Let's run back through some of the deals we missed. Well, there's going to be a lot of Bobby adoration in the coming days for sure.
It started with Gary Trent Jr. That was
Korkmaz. Korkmaz happened right after.
I missed that one completely then.
Korkmaz 3 for 15, getting Tory Craig money to not really play and hit a bunch of threes against the Bucks and nobody else. Gary Trent Jr. 3 years, $54 million to stick with the Raptors. It's a lot of money. I don't know what they're doing. We also had Zach Collins. Quickly on Trent, his cap hold is tiny, so the Raptors are going to wait to sign him. They can do other stuff still. I don't know what they're trying to do, but Zach Collins, 3 years, $22 million. A guy that like the Blazers were holding out of trade offers for prospective available players year after year, and then he just leaves. Alex Len, a 2-year deal with the Kings. Does that
Also, Zach Collins is hurt right now.
Zach? Of course, it's a day that ends in Y. Zach Collins is hurt.
Yeah.
Jeez. The prognosis is not
Sorry,
great
Zachary.
either, isn't
Yeah.
it? Like I saw some stuff recently, which is not great for the prospects of him ever really getting and staying healthy. So that is a big swing.
It is. Alex Len signing a 2-year deal with the Kings. Is Holmes leaving? Is that what this means? Or is this just
Probably.
a backup? It could just be a backup.
Yeah.
I heard they had traction at keeping Rashawn Holmes because, there's just not really a market, but they haven't done it yet. Len is fine. Muscala, 2 years, $7 million. This was a guy wouldn't have hated as a Bucks backup big, but I think with Bobby coming back, that becomes your last priority.
He would have been like a contingency plan had Bobby left.
Right.
But Bobby is not
A
left.
big who can space the floor. And I think a good player, a useful player. Probably does not play out this contract in OKC when Sam Presti sniffs a couple second-round picks. Maybe the Bucks. Maybe.
I was going to say
end up.
also that is that's money that fits a certain trade exception that they have. So
It's a good call.
Who knows?
That's a good call out. And then I think the last one is the Ariza deal. So the other thing about all these moves happening is not a lot of players on our board are being taken off. Still all in play for the Bucks.
Our board?
Our collective imagined board. My
There's
board
some
is
stuff on that
separate.
board that I don't know if I. Okay.
No, different board.
Because I'm looking at the only board that's actually, exists in a form. And yeah, I mean, still a lot of guys on that board too.
A lot of
You're doing
guys
okay,
on
Ty.
most boards, except the
Any
Spurs board.
reshuffling? Any reshuffling on your own boards that you're thinking of?
I'm going to put Portis above my name. I have my name at the top because I thought we were all going to do boards. We didn't. I'm going to put Portis above me, so I'll be number one. Bobby will be the lord of the board. I don't think any more shuffling. I'm going to keep Monk above Mills. I don't care that much to change it. But
That's pretty good, Ty, as an alternate nickname, because I think it's going to get to the stage where Bobby's going to need like a lot of nicknames, Lord
Wayne
of the
Ellington
boards.
has gone to the Lakers.
oh, that's a nice pickup for them. It's low
1
impact,
year.
but
Shooter.
yeah.
It feels like we've been saying that about Wayne Ellington every time he's gone somewhere for years now.
We have.
Although he usually goes to bad teams instead. You're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's-
really good. And then he's like, oh no, let me go.
No,
sign
I'm going
with
to go to the
Pistons.
Knicks.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
Well, he got paid, so he can feel better about taking these. Here, you mentioned Vet Mins,
Good
Adam.
point.
Here's 2 in a row in Ariza and Ellington to the Lakers. I assume if one or both of those was their TPMLE, that's rough. I think LA is going to do better than that. But so
you
far,
never know with Ellington. Just they need shooting. They really need shooting.
it has to be longer, right? It's a 1-year deal.
That's true.
I think it has to be longer. But yeah, they need to nail that exception, maybe more than anybody, with the lack of just players they have total and the weird fits of all of them. But not a terrible start. But I mean, Ariza at this stage is quite a first signing.
Gosh.
Quite a first signing to make. Not exactly the splashy Hollywood deal I think a lot of people anticipated.
I mean, he is a champion with the
They're
Lakers.
bringing back a champion. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just like the Bucks just brought back a champion, the Lakers are bringing back a champion.
And who overpaid
Like,
Craig again? Who got a champion that way?
Pacers.
Indiana. We're at the tax, by the way.
They're right under it, coincidentally.
Like, what are they doing? I really don't
Good
understand
question.
what the Pacers are doing.
It'd be really on brand for them to bring McDermott back, but they didn't.
I mean, no, because that would have been a good move, so it's not on brand. We did have a question from Zachary in the chat. Are we able to extend Dante tonight? Theoretically, starting
Yes.
at midnight, yes. I think midnight Eastern, so probably 11. Good time, but sorry, Adam. But I think we've discussed it a bit. We can discuss it now until something else rolls through. It's just hard to work out with his injury, what players coming off of their rookie deal usually want, where it would put the Bucks next year, cap situation, mostly tax situation. If he did sign an extension, I think it's going to be wait and see. Personally, it is possible, though, that they extend him at 11:01 or whatever.
I don't know if any of you got to circle back and watch all of John Horst's availability post-draft. He was asked specifically about this, and it does not sound like it's going to happen. Like he said, it's something that it has been discussed with Dante and his agents already, and the way it's been is, kind of things change and we'll have to wait and see. Was very much how he put it, much more kind of open and transparently than I expected him to share with the media. But I'm not anticipating a Dante extension. I
Not
think
at all.
They'll be waiting and seeing what will happen with that. And
they don't need to.
They don't need to. If a Dante extension is going to happen, it's up to Dante and his agents to come knocking and being like, we'd really like to stay. And if you're interested in doing a deal for multiple years at a low price, we'll sign it right now. The Bucks aren't going to be going about it and kind of initiating those discussions, because in doing that, that's where you'll get quoted some price that you're just not prepared to pay for, one, what he's done, what he's been. I mean, also from his agent's point of view, like, has his value ever been lower? They just managed to win a championship without him, and he's in a bad spot with injury and may not be back. Although, again, something Horst said was they're pretty confident he'll be back around camp. He's ahead of schedule anyway. So I don't know. I just don't think it's going to make sense for Dante. It would be great for the Bucks if they were to actually go into kind of discussions that was to be something real. I think the only way that happens is if it's a big win for the Bucks, where you're getting them back at a price that, one, is worth kind of continuing the experiment and seeing what you get out of them for the next few years, or you're getting them back at a price which you're like, okay, that's super tradable and there's a contract we're happy to have, beyond the next year.
We do have the Giannis stamp of approval on the Bobby Portis signing.
Of course,
There we go.
He texted Giannis to first get in. This is GM Giannis's first move, and it panned out beautifully. Well,
Got Bobby,
second move.
Bobby
the
on the Instagram story.
Oh, I like that. So the question, just to follow up on Dante, I'm gonna throw it to Jordan first, because Jordan otherwise would be like, maybe. 4 years.
Put him on the spot. Make him feel
I know. 4 years, $50 million for Dante.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
No way.
No.
That's rich. He had a really good start to last year. If he had played, not gotten hurt, and played like he played early last year all the way throughout, probably looking at comfortably more than that, but he didn't. And it wasn't just the injury. He just tailed off naturally as well.
If he didn't get injured and he was the starter on a championship team, he would have a chance of just getting that just by default. But no.
Yeah. I mean, I think we talked about this in between winning title and now, but like, we've seen what the Bucks have done with past guys that have had injury problems. I mean, Brogdon was a very big example. I mean, the fact that we kind of like have forgotten how the Jabari kind of negotiations have gone speaks to just how much better the Bucks have been since Jabari left. But like, that was already a thing too. It was just like such a fraught negotiation pattern, and then it just ended in the most kind of lopsided way for the Bucks in their favor and stuff like that. Like, I just don't. There's no rush. There's no need for them to commit to Dante when he hasn't played a fully healthy season, or I guess all the way through, even including the year that he was like healthy, and then COVID happened and the season just stopped. And it was like he was, struggled to recapture any of his momentum. It's just, he's had a lot of bad breaks, and, injuries go against his way. And I just don't see why the Bucks would kind of, overlook that and kind of just say like, hey, we really like what you got. Let's, commit to a deal that wouldn't be that friendly for them.
Just doesn't make any sense for either party.
Also,
what is the price? What is the price though? Like
$3 million a year.
No, for me, it's so low that I don't think you offer it, because I think Dante's camp gets offended, but certainly not 8 figures, under 10 million annually.
3 years, 15 million.
Ooh, I would have probably said like 320. But
3 years, 15 million.
And then again, like, you can't offer that to Dante. Like,
well,
not early, not here.
He's injured. You've just won a championship without him.
Because that's Tory Craig money.
Tory Craig got overpaid, so
Well,
I mean,
that's the market for you.
I don't know what will Dante's value be a year from now? Like, it's the years is going to be the biggest problem that they're going to have with something like that, because they'll understand the current situation. You know, they might like a bit of security, give him some time. What if he is like coming in to start the season, starts slow, struggles, and then he's just a free agent, you know, next summer? That's a tough spot for him to be in, and he'd be off the back of 2 years, which haven't been great for his value, which is unfair because he was good for a lot of this year. But people are going to remember that, you know, he was injured when the Bucks won the championship, and the injury being a key thing. It's like, it's a recurring factor. We may not be like, there's a kind of one single issue, although it's all kind of foot related, right? I'm not forgetting something else.
Pretty
Everything
much
is,
all of it, I believe.
like, it's a little concerning. Dwight is also going back to the Lakers, you know, just to keep the star
spacing
power.
is fixed. There we go. It's handled. Anything for AD to not play the 5, right?
And LeBron to not play the 4. So they're doing great. Well done, Lakers. You're doing fantastic.
There was something after they made the Westbrook trade that it was something like, oh, Anthony Davis is going to play the 5 now.
Says it all the time. All the time. LeBron, I'm an off-ball player. This is Anthony Davis's team. Why? Like, what do you? No, you're not. Yeah, I don't know. The last thing with Dante, I'll say, is talking about the Bucks don't need to feel urgency to pay him and get a deal done. Part of the reason is you can bring in a Bobby Portis on biannual and then retain him on non-bird, and you know, players want to play in Milwaukee. Like, you can find other players to slot in. The Bucks are in a hard situation with their cap, like what they can offer, but they've been able to do really well in those tough situations. Having Giannis helps a lot, of course, but there's just not that urgency there for Milwaukee to really be fiending to get a deal done.
Just to update
Hill,
go on.
Solomon Hill has agreed to a 1-year deal to return to the Hawks.
And to update the terms on the Mavs business earlier, they have split the mid-level between Sterling Brown and Reggie Bullock.
I like that for them. Just wing depth. They needed wing depth.
It's good, and they bring back Tim Hardaway Jr. as well, so it's
you got shooters.
That's all very solid
players.
The right kind of players around Luka. Porzingis is their problem.
Yeah. Their issue is not having a number 2 guy. I think Tim Hardaway has come really close and has been a lot better. I mean, he's basically a throw-in that trade, but is a good player, but not good enough.
Player in that trade.
Pretty clearly.
I just got nervous there about the Mavs when you're like, their issue is not having a number 2 player. The guy who's come close was a throw-in and a trade. It's all sounding a bit familiar. That sounds like the blueprint now.
Year 3 under their next coach. Look out! Place the bet now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've even got the right guy in too. You know, ruin it for a little while, but then it can. Good.
So? Will it be Nate McMillan is gonna go over there after a while, and then it all happens? We'll see.
Yeah, that's the track record, I guess.
I bet there's someone else in Atlanta before.
You know who else could fit into the Bucks TPMLE that hasn't been discussed at all? Kawhi Leonard.
What?
True.
No, it's not. Oh, I thought you said TPE. Like they could trade for. I was like, no.
No, yeah. Rohan's got more ambitious goals than that, even though.
Yeah.
I say that, but he hasn't signed anywhere.
Well, he said he wanted to take meetings, and I think a lot of people
who can do anything.
Robbie Calland tweeted earlier today. It's free dinner season for Kawhi. That's he knows.
Boardman gets paid. Do we have anyone?
And fed.
Do we have anyone with max left? The Knicks, if they order of operations, maybe.
I don't
Spurs?
think so.
But the Spurs have just.
They still have a lot of cap space.
Spurs have been spending though.
I know, but they still have like 27 million or something like that.
How great would it be if Kawhi just was like, oh yeah, I'm going back to the Spurs?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's a realistic.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's boring now that
Pop wouldn't even know he's in Tokyo. He's probably asleep. He's got a big game coming up.
Yeah,
you know, and he just wakes up. It's like, oh, Kawhi's back. Cool.
The Kawhi thing does lose intrigue. I think it was intriguing that he wasn't going to sign right away. I don't think there's any way he takes a discount to go somewhere else, and he's not even going to play this year. So It'll be intriguing if he takes a 1-1 where he can opt out and hit it next year and just get paid to sit around on the Clippers for a year. That's probably what happens.
I think that is likely to happen and is his best route to maximize value too. Couple of things from the chat. Robert saying Ty's going to lose his voice in this live show when Ursan gets the TPMLE.
Robert,
I'd be prepared to wager I will be the one to lose my voice, but for very different reasons than Ty.
Oh my God. The TPMLE, Adam, really?
Let's bring him back.
Ursan's gotten enough money from Milwaukee to take a vet min, man.
Can you give Ursan enough money? I don't know. The Bucks have tried.
Yes, you can.
We don't know definitively yet. Something that a player we haven't talked about at all. Matt asks in the chat, how about Caruso for the TPMLE?
I actually wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate it either.
I wish he could shoot. He just can't. Like, defenses don't respect him. He's a good fundamental backup point guard. And I have said, if they could find someone
monster.
If they find someone who could move the ball and play defense, even if they can't shoot, like someone who can functionally be a point guard, that'd be worth it. Actually, kind of similar to said move the ball. Kind of similar to McConnell in some ways. So I don't hate it. I do think my concern would be, I think is he restricted? I think 5.
Yeah, he is. So is THT.
Yeah. So THT is going to get a full max. He's getting a full max, but I think the Lakers match a 5.9 offer for Caruso. I think they're worried about more than mid-level, which that's starting to dry up. But I do think that probably gets matched. But if they did it and actually brought him in on that deal, I'd like that if they got Caruso.
I would love for us at some point in the offseason to just revisit this night and go through the tweets and just like talk about all of the water carrying that's going on. We talked a little bit about some of it earlier. Shams on Dwight. Howard helped the Lakers win the 2020 NBA championship, proved to be productive on the floor and a positive presence in the locker room, and now returns to Los Angeles to fortify the team's front court. It's just, who's being fooled here? Like, really? Who's being like,
even Joel Embiid is tweeting what's going on.
Just generally?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he's saying
he's reacting to the fur can.
Was that a text he meant to say to Daryl Morey?
He's like, that's all we've done? Guess how many minutes Dwight Howard played in the 2020 NBA Finals?
70.
71.
Oh,
really
nice.
Close. Yeah,
that's
really
his jersey
close.
number for LA.
Yeah, the age in favor tweets are absolutely ridiculous. Another guy that Matthew mentioned along with Caruso, Justice Winslow. Personally, I'm out. Vet min if he wants to do vet min and try to like Tory Craig style, but I would not use TPLE on Justice Winslow.
You don't need Justice Winslow when you got Sandman. That's what I'm talking about. No,
we've got something we're not going to be too thrilled with here, which is Mark Stein saying the Lakers and the Nets, league sources say, are both in pursuit of San Antonio's Australian sharpshooter Paddy Mills. Nothing definitive there, but I would have liked to hear that the Bucks are also in pursuit. Although the Bucks can offer more than the Lakers at this point, right?
I think it's the same.
I don't think so.
I think it's the same.
I think it's all the same.
They haven't. Yeah, okay. They still haven't used it. Okay.
Well, we think. We don't know definitively, but I'm sure they're out of this. Honestly, this feels like agent smoke to get better offers to me. Why would the Lakers be pursuing a point guard when they just got Russ? Like,
well, he can shoot.
Well, sure, he can shoot, but Otto Porter makes so much more sense. I know he's maybe not as good, but they have Russ. They have LeBron, who's a point guard on offense.
They need to get someone for when they have to bench Russ in the playoffs. It's like
Patty Mills would be really good for the Lakers.
He would. That roster is going to be ugly, man.
Oh,
it's already ugly.
Well, whichever. It's not great. But what were we talking about just before this?
I have no idea.
Justice Winslow.
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan. Justice Winslow.
He's another guy. I think like Dante, he's been hurt a lot. I don't know what to make of him as a player. I mean, and it's been when he was at his best. It wasn't like the Heat were a very good team either. That was kind of when they were before Jimmy Butler came over from Philly. It was kind of the Dwayne Wade's farewell tour. It was just kind of like, what kind of player can he be on a good winning team? We haven't seen that yet, in part because opportunity, all that stuff, but and injury. So I don't know. I would probably go against that.
I just get Tory Craig vibes. It just feels like another Tory, which is fine.
Yeah,
give him a shot. But
I think he's best with the ball in his hands, and his shooting obviously comes and goes, and it's like when you come into Milwaukee, your shooting has to be, so reliant on him.
The Mamu problem.
Does it? Does it really?
To a degree.
The Bucks want guys who should make shots but miss them. This is the secret sauce in Milwaukee. Except
that's
for
our
Bobby.
culture. There it is, right there.
Bobby is actually the exception to that. So that kind of
Bobby and Pat, the Rafters bros.
Well, Pat had enough years logged of being exactly that guy to give us one that was a little bit different.
And he still was that guy. Just the shots he hit were like the biggest shots. So
it's true.
It's
His
all
percentages overall kind of came down to earth.
He was air balls quarters 1 through 3. Fourth quarter, they weren't even hitting rim. They were going straight in.
He's all about the business.
I was just gonna say, when it's money time, guess who shows up?
That's what he learned from Peter Fagan.
Matthew says Adam was right, and the Lakers cannot use full MLE because of hard cap concerns. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Certainly could be in play, considering Russ is making $44 million this year, and they need to field a roster around him, LeBron, and AD.
Yeah.
We've got our Australian correspondent Tim chiming in.
We do.
Paddy has shrugged off every question about his free agency at the Olympics. Maybe it's unrealistic, but he might leave a decision until Australia is done.
That's fair. That's honestly fair.
I can't believe the NBA rushed the year to get to the Olympics and then put all their stuff during the Olympics. It's kind of stupid, no?
Wild. I mean, like
they didn't have a whole lot of wiggle room really either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also had Drew, Chris, and Devin Booker flying out potentially the day after Game 7.
I thought that was stupid as well, personally.
So
but
anything's possible.
Anything is possible. I feel like we're going to be in a little bit of a lull until another one of the bigger dominoes falls. I think that's what we're waiting on now.
I think we kind of hit the frenzy is kind of slowed down, and it's a lot of the bigger questions like Schroeder, Rashawn Holmes is kind of in this camp too of these like good but not great players. Like the money is drying up. The teams that have the money are not, competitive teams or contending teams by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of kind of hand wringing and just back and forth of who knows.
Well, it's like we talked about earlier. I think there's probably a lot of deals that are in the works, but sorry, we're not going to sign you. We think we still have a shot at DeMar or Patty Mills or whoever else. So I do think it's going to be one of those where one comes through and then more might follow. Obviously, the one for the Bucks that could come virtually anytime is PJ Tucker, a guy we haven't talked about as much.
I'd expect it soon, to be honest.
You would think. I mean, again, you just don't see who out there is competing, given the cap that's left. I mean, who has a roster need that would want to pay him more than the Bucks could stomach? And the quotes from John Horace, we talked about his interview before. I haven't seen the whole things, but he basically came out and said, like, it's found money. Like, we want to keep him. We're in position. The bird rights were part of our calculus when we traded for him. I think we're going to use them. You would think PJ would be more likely to come back with Bobby around, knowing that the core is coming back. They're going to be able to contend again. I would hope the Bucks calculus doesn't change. We have another forward. It's not as important. I hope that's not the case. I really want to see PJ back, although it is a little less important. You still want to bring him back. He's still important. It's still found money. But we were thinking
it undoes the good of Bobby not taking. I mean, obviously you need that little bit more flexibility, even more. But if PJ doesn't come back, I mean, you've lost that completely.
And like Dante's still hurt. The need for why PJ became even more important over the playoff run, despite shooting like crap, is still there. It's just I think to make this to really run it back, you have to bring PJ Tucker, and I don't know, it's that clear to me.
You've got to also think that realistically, like if Bobby's going into those negotiations and he's leaving money on the table, he's not doing that without knowing the PJs are coming back. I think if that conversation is happening, the Bucks have got to have laid out the plan of what else is going to happen, what they're competent for, what they're in position for. it's got to be worth his while. Like, as great as Bobby is, as much as we all love Bobby, he does have an agent, and there's no way that he just walked in and was like, you know what, I don't want any of your money. It's like there's got to be some sense of what's coming, and I would think PJ coming back should be a lock, and Bobby agreeing and himself taking to social media to celebrate that so quickly. I feel pretty confident that PJ will come back. And I agree with Jordan. I think it's just as important, because if you... What are the Knicks doing?
Just
4 years,
disgust.
$78 million for Evan Fournier.
I forgot. Here's a domino. This could lead to more. The Knicks, one of the teams with money. Fournier picked a good time to beat Team USA. That's all I'm going to say. I think he's a fine player. The stats look better than the impact that he makes, I think, personally. But picked a good time to be great and beat Team USA in the Olympics.
This man has never shown up in the postseason.
Not
He's
even
not
one
need
time.
to. He's playing for the Knicks.
That's first reaction. That's Tim Hardaway money.
It's a little more,
Oh my
no?
god.
Yeah.
Was Tim Hardaway 475?
Yeah.
Or was it 78? Either way, give me Tim Hardaway.
I thought at one point, I know the Fournier buzz has been kind of growing. Nick Batum back to the Clippers on a 2-year deal.
Not
Oh,
We knew the Bucks weren't in the running for that one, thanks to Giannis's comments from Mirren Fader's excerpt of The Ringer.
pre-order Giannis, the
Pre-order.
rise of
Or
an
go to the
NBA
Bayshore
MVP.
Mall as Ty. Yeah, you can find it there.
Ties out in the wild, just
Yeah.
finding where the Bucks are being dropped.
I was a Eurostep correspondent. I think we're gonna have to send out Rohan tonight. Maybe PJ is like passed out at Harp or something. Maybe that's why he hasn't signed yet. Rohan, go find PJ Tucker, wake
Can I
him
go
up.
check right now?
Yeah, go check. Bring your phone. You can be on Zoom, but go
He could
find
be on
PJ.
stage with Wale somewhere either.
That's true.
Yeah, he was
Like-
in Houston.
PJ has not stopped for even a second. They may be trying to
should he.
track PJ down. Like that could be the delay here. It's like we need him to just sign this, but we can't find him. He's still partying. He could be anywhere right now. PJ could literally be anywhere in the world celebrating.
He has unlimited money, apparently, so he could be anywhere.
It's gonna be
I
more
did
unlimited
think,
in a day
though,
or so.
I did at one point, to get back to what I was about to say, I thought Fournier could have been like TPMLE kind of
No,
guy.
he was. There was a lot of buzz about him getting paid for some reason. My
But the
question
buzz
is,
is really ramped up.
Because the Knicks existed. That's what
but
the
here's the
problem
thing.
was.
Why not get DeRozan? DeRozan wouldn't have this offer anywhere anymore. I would rather have DeRozan for sure.
Why is DeRozan going to have to take less than Evan Fournier and like Gary Trent Jr. and Doug McDermott? Like, he probably is. Like,
At
there isn't
this
even
point,
those
it's
kind
because
of.
he wants a ring.
Or you can go to
At this
OKC and get a bag. Worth including, it's a team option on year 4 so they'll opt out of that. But
They might opt out right now.
no, they'll wait a couple months like the Kings did with the Harrison Barnes contract. But yeah,
So where are we at? So that's the worst deal of free agency right now, right?
Yep.
By far.
Well, Zach Collins is
Yeah,
pretty
Zach
bad.
Collins-
Zach Collins is
is one
Zach
foot.
Collins is not as like bloated as that one is. Zach Collins is
but-
number 2.
But Zach
but
Collins,
He also
I mean,
won't
at least,
play.
exactly. At least Evan Fournier plays.
Oh,
it does.
One
it
A
does
and
help.
one B.
Does
I'll
help.
go with those two deals right now.
New York still has $7 million in room, even including the Derrick Rose hold. They could still sign 2 more atrocious deals.
They're going to give
easily.
$17 million per year to Derrick Rose.
That's a lot of francs. That's French's currency. I had to look that
It's
up just
not.
to-
It was
What?
quite a
What
while
is it?
ago. It's
What is it?
euros.
It's
No,
a euro. Come on, man. It's,
Like
Look up
20
Frank.
years ago, the currency was francs, and
Speaking of francs in New York, Frank Ntilikina, what's going to happen with him? Don't know.
There's a
I wouldn't
vetman.
mind.
There's a
that
vetman
man for the
option.
books.
There's a
That
vetman
man for the
option.
books, and then
It is
one of
wild to me that he's a vet bin candidate when I was like, oh yeah, I really liked him when he came up for the draft. Oh my god.
it was like 4 or 5 years ago now, something like that.
Yes, it was.
Oh god.
We were old.
Fournier's agent confirmed the deal in case anyone was wondering. Something. To think
I think
about.
that's one of the ones where you
to confirm that. Good lord.
No, I think that's one where you need to confirm it. It's like, wait,
No,
are you
that's
sure?
a good point.
No,
Yeah.
I need
Are you
the
sure?
team to confirm it. I need the team to confirm that one.
To be fair, I did not know, and I'm actually not familiar just in looking at it, who Fournier's agent was. And if I'd got Evan Fournier that deal, I would want my name out there too.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Woj, tag me, which he's done.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, he was the agent of the now retired Jan Mahimbi, so he knows a good,
Oh, he can get a deal.
Yes, he can get a deal. That is
2016.
I cannot get over that. I already have lost focus about Bobby coming back and probably being as happy as when Giannis signed his supermax with Bobby
Look
coming
at the
back.
deal Bobby signed.
I know.
And Evan Fournier's out there. So Bobby signed for 2 years, $9 million. And Evan Fournier signed for $78 million over 4 years.
You know what else? This is something I talked about during the series. Think back to the Hawks series. Think about how well Bobby played. Think about how well John Collins paid. John Collins might get 10 times as much on this deal as Bobby just signed for.
I saw Shams just before free agency open saying the Hawks and John Collins are nowhere near close.
Oh, I thought they were now. Oh, my.
Yeah, that was
He said
the
that,
reporting a couple of days
half hour
ago.
before free agency actually started.
Wow.
They're not close at all on a deal right now.
Maybe, I think he still gets paid. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe that's an OKC thing. They sign him.
I think it's
Trade him in a
but
couple of years.
I think it's someone pays them, they match it. They did it with Teague,
Yeah.
with Milwaukee. They did it with who was their last big restricted guy? Was Schroeder?
I was going to say.
No, that was an extension. I think that was a contract extension.
It was an extension.
But speaking of Schroeder, another big name we haven't talked about much, still on the board. In the chat, I believe Matthew wondered Nola. I don't know how much money the Pelicans have. They got Satoransky. If that's their big point guard acquisition, Zion's probably playing somewhere else in 2 years or so. But
They cleared all that room for the deal that hasn't gone through yet for some reason.
the Lonzo,
Yeah, no,
the Grizzlies
Lonzo
thing.
Adams.
maybe they're going to back out of it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think
that
so.
trade still
No.
isn't official yet.
David Griffin has not done great there.
No.
I remember when we all would have been very happy to see him land with the Bucks right around the time that Horst came in. There's the rest of the Knicks money gone.
Oh,
Just like
wow.
that. 3 years, $43 million for Derrick Rose.
Wow, you want to talk about an old-looking point guard? Great playoffs. Was their best player in the playoffs.
Cap space is your enemy.
Why are they all 3-year deals? That's the thing. It's one thing if they had signed all these players.
They have a timeline.
If they had signed all these players to 1-and-1s, maybe 2-and-1s for some of them, okay, it's fine. Now you don't have cap space forever. RJ Barrett comes up in a few years. They're just. I guess it's good that they accepted they're not going to sign a superstar, but that doesn't mean you have to use everything else.
Oh.
Is it time to relocate the Knicks? Just pry them from Dolan's hands, send them to some other city.
Green Bay. Would anything be funnier? The Green Bay Knicks.
It doesn't matter who they get to run that franchise, what kind of person they get. They all make the exact same deals. It is wild.
Baffling.
Hey, Bobby Portis, again, thanks for that $14 million, half of his career earnings before this deal. Probably helped him stick around. So maybe it'll work out again. Maybe someone else will leave there and come make less but enjoy their lives more in Milwaukee. Milwaukee, a better city than New York.
That's why I was gonna say the ownership. That's why they left Knicks fandom and they came to the Bucks.
There's a comment in the chat here, which is, I guess they can be used for trades, which is a good point. They can, but what's more appealing for trades is good contracts. It's there's some value here if you're looking for high profile player on the kind of max. Yeah, that 4-year deal is going to get you a lot of the way there. You're going to have to part with a lot of really good stuff though to make up the difference. It's at some point you want the contracts to be big because they're good players. That's something the Knicks just clearly don't care about. They just don't understand.
Kewaskum Knicks, let's make it happen.
I love it.
It is a good.
Shout out Justin.
It is shout out Justin. It is a good point on trades. But the David Griffin thing, 2-year, $37 million extension for Steven Adams after they acquired him. Like, and then you had to give up stuff to get off him and Bledsoe. But it's not a lot of
Steven
good
Adams
has
is going to
happened
be
there.
good with the Grizzlies.
Steven Adams is a good player, but a lot of money for Steven Adams. A lot more than what
They
Brook
could be
Lopez makes.
It's been rumored that they might be a potential Kemba Walker team.
Oh, well, now they
Wait,
won
who?
me over.
Wait, who?
The Thunder.
New
Orleans?
Or New Orleans. Sorry, New Orleans. Yeah. Just keep Sato. Like, come on.
You know, like I saw this. I can't remember where it was brought up, but you know, it'd be a great point guard for this Pelicans team. Drew
Holiday. Brogdon would be good, I think, for them.
Oh, that's true.
They might be able to make
is
that
it.
happen.
That's a good call. Woj coming in with some real hard-hitting analysis here. So far, Knicks have kept their key free agents, Derrick Rose, Nerlens Noel, Alec Burks, and added Boston's Evan Fournier.
This is like
That's a spin.
this is Bobby Simmons. This is like
So
2005 Bucks.
it's interesting because usually it's agents writing the Woj tweets, but somehow Magic Johnson got to write that one.
Yeah.
That is factually what has happened, Woj.
Yeah.
We're all going to be blocked on Twitter by Woj after
Good
this.
Lord.
No, he's
Not
busy.
again.
This is I
That's
said
true.
this on draft night. The time to do it is when he's really busy. Otherwise, yeah, you're getting blocked.
Justin asked, can the TPMLE be used for trade to take back salary? No.
No.
Can be used to sign players, the traded player
think you-
exception. Can you, Jordan?
I think you can use it in season for, right? There's
don't
some
think so.
wrinkle that you can use it in some capacity. Not trade, sorry. That was my,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, and now you could use it in season, but not for trades.
yeah.
Yeah, so I guess they could just hold it. I don't think they will. Again, a lot of good players on the board. That's the thing. I was going to make this point earlier. We got distracted by one of 10,000 things. It was a really good free agent class for the Bucks because there was never a superstar player who was going to make a new super team in the East. The Heat got better. It's not a super team. It's not Kawhi. It's not what the Nets did, right? It's a lot different than that. And there was so many just solid players available. Some that were going to get paid a lot. Schroeder is going to get a bag somewhere. I think it's just dwindling, but players like that who commanded attention. And then all of these like, oh, he's solid players. And that's all the Bucks have money for.
Ooh.
I see eyes. I see Jordan's eyes.
Alex Caruso, 4-year, $37 million deal with Chicago Bulls.
So that's another offer sheet. That's going to be interesting if LA matches that
Is
one.
that an offer sheet or is that a deal?
It's both. I mean,
He is
he's
restricted, so he's agreed to it, but they'll be able to match.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's in the ball's in the Lakers' court now. It gets sticky for them. I think that would certainly take them out of MLE usage, right? If they couldn't even use the whole MLE, I mean, they might not have anything to do about this with the hard cap. I know,
Yeah,
they could just not use the MLE. They could match this and not use the MLE and not be hard capped. I think is the thing. It's a really tough situation.
It's a lot of. I know it's the Lakers, and none of us are gonna feel sorry for them, but it's a lot of money. You know, it's piling up there for a weird roster.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Bulls are
I'm not
doing
gonna feel
something.
bad.
Yeah, they got a
They're
vision.
definitely making some moves.
They've actually,
Karnisovas
like-
is aggressive.
I don't like a lot of those players really, but they're gonna have a team of like capable players. Like
Yeah.
the Bulls are not gonna be terrible.
Is
Also,
that-
now it's okay
uh,
to say capable.
But is that not what they just had and they were still pretty bad? They got Satoransky, they got
No,
Thad
this-
Young. I feel like this
this
is what they always
better.
do, is it?
I think this is a little bit better.
It's
I mean,
close.
remember getting Vucevic too. I mean, didn't get a whole lot of time on that. but
Yeah.
into
Vooch
the
makes
season.
a difference, but this like
Getting
the
all those
players
pieces
they've got
together, you're like, this is okay. This is a real team. I'm not like, oh, multiple All Stars, Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic, but they're good players, I suppose.
they could. I could see them 5th seed, maybe 4th. I mean, the East, there's 2 teams that are clearly the best two.
It's too soon. I can't.
Yeah.
Well, who else is much better than the Bulls right now?
The Knicks, clearly. I mean, you
I
go
was
all in,
about to
you run
say.
it back, get Evan Fournier.
Miami and Philly are probably. Still
that's-
Oh, I keep forgetting Philly because they're just a joke. But yeah, they will win
my
regular
reaction-
season games.
My reaction to the Knicks, I found it. My reaction to the Knicks offseason so far is Fournier. Yeah. Bucks, Heat. I think Atlanta's still up there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Atlanta's a good call.
I would also say, regardless of what happens with John Collins, even though I think he is likely to stay.
Yeah. Justin asked in the chat, who's playing defense on Chicago? Great question.
Oh, Caruso?
It's Caruso.
Lonzo,
and
Caruso.
Patrick Williams.
Yeah, Pat Williams. I forgot about him.
That's their ceiling is this core probably swings on him. If he becomes a good wing player, suddenly it's like, okay, yeah, 5th seed, maybe higher. If not, again, I like that they're competing. I think it's good that they're doing this, even if like Caruso deal, maybe an overpay, whatever. But it's good. It's good for the league that teams are trying with rosters like this instead of just. Not everyone can do what the Thunder are doing right now. It'd be terrible for the game. It's true. I mean, he's just.
No. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Woj added on to his Caruso tweet and said, Lonzo Ball and Alex Caruso together again. Thank you.
It's a good. I actually hadn't thought of that one.
Do you think he has someone else for these tweets for like the complete waste of time? Like he's busy,
No,
right?
I think these are his. Like a lot of these are in his drafts, and then he's like, okay, I guess I have time here. I can write this one.
Like, just come on, Mo. It's just better. Find out where PJ is. Let the Bucks know, and then they can make it a deal. One of the questions there in the chat from Jason is just Boston as a question, which is a good question. We know what Jeff Teague thinks of Boston, but I have no idea what the Celtics are and what they'll be next season.
Who's their starting point guard?
Chris Dunn?
I saw today that Brad Stevens has had enough of Marcus Smart too and wants to trade him. So that's kind of a pretty fundamental change to their backcourt that they're going to undergo. And what are they doing?
Hey, Isaiah Thomas is coming into town. I don't know what you guys are worried about.
Could they be a
if the Bucks could get
team?
Marcus Smart somehow? Oh.
They can't. Again, here's the thing. So somebody asked me this on Twitter.
Buy him out.
Lamb. So could the Bucks trade for Jeremy Lamb? Who's probably very available. Indy, of course, never wants to pay the tax. You have to trade Lopez, basically, is where the Bucks are at. If you want someone making 8 figures or more, which I think Smart's around there too, you pretty much.
I think they're actually making the same money. I think it's $13 million.
Yeah, you have to trade Lopez. So
Smart's making that much?
Oh yeah, he just got a new deal a year or two ago, I think. Maybe more than that. But I'm not trading Lopez from pretty much any of these guys making that kind of money. It's sentimental reasons and basketball reasons.
I agree, Ty. Brooke is untouchable.
Damn near. So not Marcus Smart. But what were you gonna ask, Adam, if the Celtics were a blank team?
Well, I think that was the question in the chat. Is like, where do the Celtics factor into the East? And I have no idea. Like,
I mean,
you've got the Bucks. Okay, so to run through, you've got the Bucks and the Nets. You've got something of a gap, and I think you've got the Hawks. Are we going to put the Heat in that tier?
Hawks, Heat, Philly.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable putting the Heat in that tier.
Are we going to put Philly in that tier? I don't know what to do with it.
Philly's a big.
But what if they only have a beat?
That's still enough.
Well, is he gonna be healthy all season?
If he plays, but assuming health,
I think having Embiid is enough to be in the second tier of the East.
I'm not doubting him as a player.
I think Rohan's on something.
Really like Embiid, but just if that's all you've got, and I'm not including Tobias Harris as a whole lot there. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, so
he's the third best player in the conference.
Yeah, but he's not always healthy.
Who's
like
second?
They've had a pretty good run.
Kevin Durant.
I thought you were gonna say Sandman.
Why? No.
Is there? So who's next then? Okay, we'll put Philly in a tier 2. I think Philly could be tier 3. Who's 6th right now? Is
Chicago?
that? Yeah, it probably is.
Charlotte.
Potential
to
for
be
that.
Fair, with Gordon Hayward coming back, LaMelo Ball is going to be really good.
We got to see what they're going to do with Devontae. That's the big question now, right? So do they pay him?
I think it's more. Who's their center? Right,
Mason Plumlee. Yeah, I was going to say Miles.
Lord, I forgot about that.
Well, they were one of the teams in on marketing,
Cody
and
Zeller?
that's still in play.
And Holmes too, I think.
And Holmes. I don't know if they have the money to pry him away anymore, but they could still do some version of the Devontae Graham for Lowry marketing thing that was initially a 3-way deal with Lonzo. Yes, maybe that still becomes a 3-way deal. It's hard to say, but yeah, I think the Hornets could be good, but the Celtics, it's like
they still have two really, really good players in Tatum and Brown.
Isn't Jaylen Brown also hurt? He had surgery, right?
He should be back for the season, though.
Still, I don't know. That's not. It could be. It could work out
Not
fine.
ideal.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal.
They're going to need a point guard.
Being in the third tier.
They're going to need a point guard at some point. They probably can't roll with Chris Dunn forever.
Is he on the Celtics?
Yeah, that was the Tristan Thompson
he got traded. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because they had so many centers already. They don't want to pay Time Lord, so they had to go get Horford for Kemba. Again, they're just going to keep flipping their own failed contracts forever, I think.
Do we know what the deal is, or maybe we should talk about this off air with Tristan Thompson in Boston? Is this something that's been out there? Has there been reports on this? Have I missed?
Well, there was that one by Kevin O'Connor during the season where he said that like players didn't really like him, and then they pushed back on his locker room and all that.
I was doing something that I don't do very often anymore today. I was listening to Bill Simmons' podcast, and Jackie McMullen was on, and they made a big deal out of like, yeah, he just had to go. He had to go. I was like, oh, he did? Okay. Like, I was wondering that I missed something, but obviously I didn't. But it seems like things are really bad there with Tristan Thompson.
Bobby Marks talking about the Caruso deal as if he's just gone from the Lakers now. So his tweet is, here's what's available for the Lakers: vet min, tax mid-level, early bird on Horton, Tucker, and Markieff Morris, and bird rights for Schroeder. Again, I don't think they could do all of those things. I don't think they're in a position. But
I saw something a little while ago saying the Heat are in on Markieff Morris. No agreement or anything, but that's a player that they're supposed to.
They need fours. They were talking about DeRozan logging minutes at the 4. They still don't have someone to play next to Bam, and they need someone who can shoot there. So I'm not all that surprised, although.
Does anyone believe in the Morris brothers anymore? As it feels like
I think Marcus is pretty good.
It just feels like there's been a lot of cycles.
Off a little bit, but Marcus is still pretty good.
Markieff is like better than you'd think because like it looks like he's just never gonna play, and then he checks in and you're like, oh, he's pretty good, but he's not
it might
good.
Be Marcus, you don't know.
That's a good point. Seems like the Knicks may have pulled a last year Bucks a little bit here. According to Bobby Marks, this is about 10 minutes ago now. But
are you saying they're about to be champions?
What?
No, I'm saying I'm saying they bungled the deal. They won't have to redo it. They won't have to redo it, but they kind of bungled something because the likely first year salary, a lot of likelies in this tweet from Bobby Marks, exceeds $10.4 million early bird rights. The Rose salary will need to come from available room. New York cannot use available room first and circle back to sign Rose last. Just one of those things.
It's just a sequencing thing, really.
Genius, Leon Rose. I'm gonna bring a revival to the Knicks organization.
But no, it is one of those things, though. You're giving up. You could have added another good player, and if Derrick Rose of all people,
they did. Evan 40. Hey,
another one even.
Jordan,
I forgot the Celtics got Josh Richardson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that too. I forgot him.
I think a whole lot of people and teams around the league have forgot about Josh Richardson recently.
I think a whole lot of people forgot.
He's given them good reason to.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Adam?
Oh, I think like I'm quite upset by the Knicks. Just how bad they are it's offensive to me. But I think it's getting to you even more than it's getting to me, Jordan.
Because I hear about the Knicks all the freaking time about they're back. This is going to go like all this stuff, and it's like
good for the NBA.
Play exactly. When New York is great, it's great for the NBA. All this stuff, and I'm just thinking to myself, I've seen the Bucks overpay for people. This is the Knicks. This is what they do all the time because they don't They aren't a great organization. They don't have that great of a history outside of the 90s and when they won 2 titles. They're no different from the Bucks. They really are not.
That's the quote of the podcast right there. I mean, we can just go full Knicks for clicks and
Jordan's not wrong.
I mean, the market is different. The team history not that much different.
Yeah.
Their kind of heyday was the same as the Bucks' heyday before the last few weeks. It's like if you want to go back to
the Bucks have more
before
the golden era.
Bucks
the
have
golden
more
era
years of relevancy and success than New York does, right?
They had the Carmelo stint for like 3 years where they were an actual.
That doesn't. It's really like the Van Gundy and it's the 90s.
Yeah,
which
Pat Riley
just pales in comparison to how consistently good the Bucks are throughout the entire 80s.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're actually right, Jordan.
Thank you very much.
I think you're gonna have a tough time getting everyone else to kind of latch on to that. And just be like, yeah, the Bucks are actually the bigger franchise.
But even when like Dennis Schroeder, they're that's gonna be a potential landing spot. I'm like, good, do it. Let's see how this goes. I saw this happen in LA, and he literally blew up the locker room and just had bizarre things to say at the end of the season that were just like, oh yeah, that's Dennis Schroeder.
Guys, how come we're not talking about Kareem on this podcast? Kareem Abdul-Drummond.
Exactly.
Kareem Abdul-Drummond. No buzz at all. Was I right? Is he going to Guangdong?
Yeah, I actually think he's out of the league now. I saw this. I can't remember what side it was on. It was like projecting.
It was his, right? It was the
NFT.
It
was. I was not on that.
Adam, you didn't put down the $30 bid to design a shoe with Andre Drummond?
I didn't.
Wait,
I'm here. I'm refreshing the page on officialunder.com, but I'm not looking for any kind of Andre Drummond stuff. But I saw value of like expected deals sorted, and he was down at vet minimum. And once you get there, things get dicey. And he's done himself no favors in making the move that was the one that's supposed to, do yourself a favor. It's pretty incredible. Like he's kind of done a reverse Bob.
I don't know. He could have had the same impact as Brook Lopez if he had a significant role in it. I don't know.
Or Ayton.
It's not like you were a starter. It's not like you were a starter. Yeah, or Ayton.
Or Ayton, he said. I could have done either of those. That's the kind of thing right there. Like just showing zero self-awareness, no respect to great players actually contending for a championship, which Andre Drummond has never done. That's the reason. I think the player he is, if he wasn't annoying, probably gets a contract from somebody by now. That kind of stuff is, and Jordan, you didn't seem to have heard this. There was a one-of-a-kind, was this an NFT as well or something?
Yeah, no, it was an NFT that if you had that specific one, you got to design a shoe.
With Andre Drummond. So, and it was at like $30 after hours. And it was just
and he wanted it to be $50K.
You know what? The irony is that if Bobby Portis did that,
oh my God.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, Bobby.
We would all be in there just bidding each other.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bobby was he helped close out the NBA Finals. That's the difference between him and
Andre Drummond closed out a first-round exit for the Lakers. That's what
it's okay. No, he was mimicking LeBron backing someone down, Tory Craig, I believe.
I love that we have no reason to hate Andre Drummond. But
we have plenty of reason to hate
people
Andre
just
Drummond.
do, yeah. But personally, he hasn't done anything to us. He's lost to the Bucks a bunch.
No personal reason to hate any of these players.
I've got some good Andre Drummond news, which is a kind of refers back to a conversation we had about him on a podcast a while ago where I brought up the Jesse Eisenberg article for Slam, which at that time was offline.
Hold on. An Olympian just signed with the Phoenix Suns. JaVale McGee, 1 year, $5 million. They secured an Olympian. The repeat to the finals is happening.
I guess that means no more Frank Kaminsky minutes in the NBA Finals.
That's a blow for them. He was great in Game 6.
But back to what's important. So Jesse Eisenberg wrote this love letter essentially to Andre Drummond, which I'm just scrolling through. I'm like, what can I read here? So here's one just snippet of it. This is written by Jesse Eisenberg. So this is a direct quote. Andre Drummond wanting to be an actor felt to me like Neil Armstrong wanting to pilot a 747. He has already accomplished life's greatest goal, and now he wants to take a Drummond-sized step backward. Nonetheless, we exchanged telephone numbers and stayed in touch.
What does Jesse Eisenberg thinks life greatest goal is for an NBA player? I guess making the league and getting a lot of money is awesome. But
well, this was back in 2016. Drummond's stock was in a very different place. It would have been right around.
He had like a 16. He had like a 16 and 16 season, I think.
He would have had a good contract, but it was just a really bizarre and funny thing at the time, and it's even funnier to read now. So anyone who hasn't read Jesse Eisenberg's article on Slam about Andre Drummond, go check that out. It's back online.
I can't imagine that many people have read Jesse Eisenberg's article. I digress. How is JaVale signing a 1-year, $5 million deal with Phoenix? Is that an exception?
JaVale's good.
No, not that.
That's gotta be exception, right?
Isn't it? Like, is that their TPMLE? Or is it not? Are they splitting up? Do they have normal MLE? I don't remember. I think they have biannual, but that's not biannual.
Or room, right?
They wouldn't have room, though.
Room exception, do you mean?
Yeah, room exception, sorry.
Maybe.
Because that's how the Bucks signed Rolo a couple years ago, right? That was a room exception deal.
And it was that kind of price range.
Yeah. But whatever it is, even if it's just part of a bigger exception, feels like a vet min player at this point. Good player, good center.
Yeah.
It's DeAndre Ayton's backup.
But Saric is gonna be out for the year, probably.
That's true. And they have struggled when Ayton sits, and like they have 2 paid point guards and they have a ton of wings, so I guess I do see
I think it's a good fit.
I do too.
Yeah.
Whenever you can land an Olympian. If Harrison Barnes is on the market, I'd be slamming my credit card down.
Oh, heck yeah.
I love that to fill space. We just rag on Andre Drummond for like 10 minutes.
And Rowan's Olympic team.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Harrison Barnes.
Wayne.
Yeah, no.
Wayne.
It's fine.
Even Wayne couldn't save Rowan's Olympic team. Again, it's a conversation that we'll have at another time, which is every episode from now until the end of time.
We do have a question in the chat from Matthew. How do the Lakers defend without Caruso? I mean, LeBron and AD is
Yeah, a lot of AD.
Trevor Ariza, noted Giannis stopper.
Is LeBron going to be trying hard enough for most of the season?
You got to. I mean, Space Jam 2 was a flop. You got to defend your honor.
It was not a flop. It was not a flop.
No,
They're making a sequel.
Well, of course.
Wait, really?
They made a sequel to the first Space Jam.
No, but that took quite a long time and a different person involved. This doesn't seem like that.
I've heard it was a solid kids movie, which is the goal. So that's what matters.
Yeah.
There's a different time and place for it.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it.
Movie guy Adam.
I mean, I don't know.
Would
I
you
feel
say?
like from a
Would you say
5-year-old's
they?
perspective is different?
Would you say?
I honestly, it's
No?
Yeah.
Would you say they
I
built
don't
a
know.
new legacy, Adam?
Sure, that's definitely an apt title. I don't know who it's for, Ron. I don't know if 5-year-olds
for LeBron, and it's
like,
Is it for like
I
Warner Brothers?
I feel like a general
lovers?
consensus is that it's a good kids movie.
it's for
Don
laundering
Cheadle
money.
plays an algorithm called Algae Rhythm. Like I
Wait,
don't.
No way.
Yeah, this is not for 5-year-olds. They're gonna be
I'm
like,
surprised that sounded
"What?"
like a SpongeBob character.
It's
Algae Rhythm?
it's one of the worst films I've ever seen. It's incredibly bad, and I say that as someone who really, really liked the first film, and beyond just people just go, "Oh no, it's nostalgic."
I haven't
No.
seen either, and I don't blame you.
Alan in the chat.
Exactly,
I have
Alan
kids.
knows.
They walked out on me watching that movie.
Seriously, there's not even anything kind of Looney Tunes where it's like, oh, I'm gonna watch this for Bugs Bunny if you're a kid.
Did they really
Yeah.
did they really have the Clockwork Orange characters in the stands?
They're so much weirder. If this was a movie podcast, I'd get into some of the movies that are in the background, stuff like that Warner's will not release because they're too like explicit, and they've got the characters like courtside for this weird game within a game. Anyway.
Corey
Why are we talking
Joseph to
about-
the Pistons.
Is
We
there a
needed to fill
lull?
space. Yeah, there
let's
was a
talk
lull.
Yeah,
about
I
Corey
think-
Joseph.
I think we've officially hit like the end. We see the Knicks blow up their cap space.
Was Corey Joseph in the league last year?
Yeah, he was on the Pistons, wasn't he? Wasn't that the thing?
Oh,
he
so
was
going
with
back
the
there?
Kings and then got traded to Detroit as part of the DeLon Wright deal.
They got rid of him to sign him for less money. The George
I'm not gonna
Hill
lie.
the George Hill maneuver.
Yes.
He's a player I
Yeah.
haven't thought of in a long time.
That's because he's
I and I were
not
thinking
that
about
good.
him for trade deadline potentially.
Oh my god, were we down that
Right?
bad?
We were.
Oh, don't go. We usually say go back and listen. Don't go back and listen to that. If we talked about acquiring Corey Joseph of all
Well,
players,
I mean, like it was an option.
it's.
I feel better with that they picked up Teague for those minutes.
I agree.
Corey Joseph wouldn't have given you quotes like Jeff did.
Wouldn't have given you the one
No.
game either.
Wouldn't have gotten an A on the group project. Not at all.
Oh, he was quite good in Detroit actually. A lot better than he's been most of the time.
What does that mean, though?
12 and 5 on 50-36 shooting.
But in Detroit, and it's
Okay,
like,
yeah, fair.
what were they doing? What were their goals? It's a weird deal. The Pistons kind of exclusively make weird deals, though. That seems to be their MO now. Which maybe they should snap out of that sometime in the next 5 years now that they've got Payne.
Have they made a single deal where people have been like, "Oh, I love that for them" since Weaver took over, who I think is a good general manager, but just been very, very weird. I mean, Mason Plumlee was the first one, right?
Oh, we didn't mention Kelly Olynyk in some of the bad deals because that was a thing that happened.
Oh yeah. I don't hate
I
that
already
one.
But I
forgot
think
about that.
Olynyk can play.
he's still gotten
He's-
He's still gotten assets through those terrible deals.
Oh yeah, that's why they're not.
Right,
I'm
'cause
not
a
saying
lot
they're
of the-
terrible. I'm just saying when they
Yeah.
come out, everyone is like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Whoa, what?
oh, really? That's
But
your."
because they signed Plumlee last year. Jeremy Grant, that was not a terrible deal. Who was the other big man that they got that was who? Can't remember. Yeah, I mean they're on the come up. They're gonna try to insulate their developing rookies with veterans that know how to play in the league. All this stuff. I
They
think
had
that's where
signed. They signed Okafor, as well.
That's
Julian
right.
Okafor.
Oh yeah, teammate of Jordan Wara
Yep.
for the Nigerian national.
Tampering season.
Why?
I don't
I don't
know.
think the league would care. Even if it's the Bucks, I don't think the league would care if they tampered with Julian Okafor.
third overall
They'd
pick.
honestly
Rowan.
they'd honestly send them a letter saying "Are you okay?
Why? Why would you
What
do
are you
this?
He's now officially in the category where if you tamper with him, the league give you part of the money back on his next contract. Right?
Yeah.
He's in that kind of that vet man category.
We're helping you from yourself here. Just
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
do this one.
You know what's a fun extension we haven't talked about?
What?
Mike Budenholzer.
Oh yeah. Well, I think because we all just assume throw 5 more years on that bad boy.
I think Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, but John Horst did talk about that at his interview.
He
Sort of,
did,
was
yeah.
like, we want to get this done, sort of thing, and it seems like they maybe will.
Yeah, I don't think they had the greatest urgency on it because he was saying that his focus with Bud had been on the draft and their focus now had moved on collectively to working their way through free agency. And when they get through the other side of that, they would then talk about that. But, Bud is a great partner was the way Horst kept putting it, and seems to be the way they view everything. So, yeah, look, we all know it's inevitable. It's just a matter of how many years they decide to do. And it doesn't really matter because, if it's 3 years, if it's 5 years,
Lifetime.
if Bud stays out of his way, he can get another contract probably at the end of that too. So yeah, what a cool place to be in, considering where we were on Bud like
10 months ago.
a year
10
ago.
months ago,
No, like 9.
10 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, or probably more than 3.
Well,
but
not true, but
Yeah,
1 month ago. When was halfway through the Brooklyn
Yeah,
series?
like a
Probably more
month
than
ago.
that.
A month and a half ago.
Month and a
about
half.
six
month and a half.
six
yeah.
weeks ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the low point of that series was definitely one of the toughest points
Rick
for Bud.
Carlisle, and can we get Dame, or is Beal going to be available? And now it's like, I went on burners in basketball. I said I wouldn't trade Chris Middleton for Damian Lillard straight up right now. Not a chance.
I don't think I would either.
Basketball reasons, you absolutely should. I'm not doing it.
I don't
Giannis
know
and
if we
Chris.
should. I don't know if he should for basketball reasons.
You should. For
Rohan has to take it to the next level.
he does. You
Giannis
should
and
for
Chris
basketball
forever.
reasons.
Giannis and
but
Chris forever.
And the fact that Giannis has been so vocal about that is the reason why you absolutely should not make a trade like that involving Chris right now.
I don't know.
Also, the Blazers are
Chris is a better wing. Like he's a better defender.
I don't think. Go ahead, Jordan.
I just saw this tweet. I think Bobby Marks has actually talked about. It's called Profit X or Profit X. Profit.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Daniel Tice, 4 years, $36 million to the Rockets.
What?
That is, I know some teams were jockeying for him. We talked about him as vet min candidate, or maybe MLE. I think vet min for the Bucks.
Was it on or off the pod? It was probably off the pod where we talked about me choosing to speak to Daniel Tice over Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
that was definitely off the pod.
That was off the pod. $9 million a year for Tice. 4 years. I think it's 4 years for me that it's like, wow, like kind of has struggled to stay healthy over his pretty short career. And
he struggled ever since they started calling his illegal screens.
What
is the Rockets' motivation for that, though?
I don't know, because you have Christian Wood.
You have Christian Wood.
Right.
Garuba, Sengun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Cody Zeller on a 1-year deal to the Trailblazers.
Dame Stan.
Mission
accomplished.
Kind of surprising though.
That's vet. That could be vet.
Cody Zeller is good.
He struggled to stay healthy.
That's true, but I've always kind of liked him, although I wouldn't want him on my team. It's maybe the best way I'd describe my feelings to Cody Zeller from a distance. You kind of like, oh, he's kind of good. He's better than you think. Just keep him over there, and it's fine.
So. Yusuf Nurkic, $12 million contract, but $4 million guaranteed.
Pistons getting themselves another big Trey Lyles 2 year.
Oh, I thought you were joking about Nurkic.
No.
I know Nurkic is not happy there. That's pretty good. I don't know what Lyles is. I think Lyles has been more theoretical than actual his whole career. But
if you're the Pistons, that's the kind of deal you should be doing right now.
Oh, yeah. 2 year, $5 million. Oh, yeah, that's really good. Oh, yeah. Here come the deals. Now that Tice is off the market, teams are willing to throw their money elsewhere. I don't know about that for Houston. That just feels like I would have liked it a lot better if it was 3 years. I still wouldn't have liked it, but that 4th year on Daniel, how was he 28 right now? Not that young, although he hasn't been in the league that long. I don't know. That's a weird contract.
I would have thought he's older than that.
He might be older than that.
29.
So I don't know.
Just what's the direction?
I mean,
I don't know.
You have money to spend. Why not? It's Nixie, I guess. Hey, spend that money.
If you have wing players that you're trying to develop, your goal is to give them less spacing?
Tice theoretically shoots.
Yeah, he's a decent shooter. For center.
But
he's very low volume though, even by center standards. I feel like I'm hearing about Bam's mid-range game again, Rohan. What do you?
Facts don't care about you guys' feelings. That's all I'll say on that. You know what? The more big contracts to guys that we never wanted on the Bucks, the better. I mean, that's what the game is at this point. You have better options. The longer the big board stays intact, the better.
No Malik Monk sighting.
Malik Monk. So let's look at the big board. Number 1, Portis signed Bucks. Malik Monk available. Patty Mills available. PJ Tucker available.
DeMar DeRozan available.
I didn't have him listed. DeMar DeRozan available. I didn't think it was possible, is why I didn't have him listed. Reggie Jackson available. Oladipo available. Burks, no.
Which is unfortunate because as someone in the chat, we go and find it. Cheo, who did voice, I think, speaking for the entire listenership, the entire Bucks fan base, disappointment. Jordan, I don't know if you got this. Ty pledged that he would record himself attempting a backflip if the Bucks signed Alec Burks on
veteran minimum.
Vet min.
It had to be vet min, had to be vet min.
So Alec Burks, that 3-year, $30 million deal with the Knicks was painful for us as well.
It was not painful for me though. It saved me some pain.
That's
you were doing theoretical backflips for not be able to do backflips.
Exactly. Bobby Marks notes that Houston has an $8.28 million trade exception. They could maybe take Tice on a sign and trade and save their mid-level. And then Chicago.
Although it says might be smart to do it.
Well, then Chicago gets a
Hey,
big
here's
trade
an idea.
exception, so it makes sense for both. So something to think about. I still don't love that deal, but it would be, I think, a little bit better if they use their whole mid-level on Tice with all the players out available. Would not love that for Houston. Although I will say, I think people will look at the young players for them. They have a good amount of young players already. They just drafted a bunch more. I think they do need vets. I just don't know if Tice is the way that.
Question on that, right? Which is, let's be glad this didn't happen. Why did they not give PJ Tucker his extension and give him basically that contract, which he wanted? And why didn't they do that for what he done for them? If PJ is looking at that right now, he's probably he's not. No one can find him. He's still partying. But if he was, he's gotta feel pretty salty about that. It's why are you giving Daniel Tice 4 years, $36 million, and they wouldn't give PJ his?
Well, I finished reading a book. It's called Shut Up and Listen. It's the hard business truths that will help you succeed. By a guy named Tillman Fertitta. So I don't know. He knows what he's doing.
Bobby Marks confirming that Portis is non-bird. Milwaukee still has the 5.9 mid-level exception, which is just very hot.
Shut up and listen. Do you think that would be a good pairing for that? Would be Furious George?
I think the same ghostwriter probably wrote both.
Similar kind of energy.
Yeah.
Sure, those two.
How long until we get a not kidding around or something like that?
Oh God.
Maybe that'll be post Luca.
Yeah.
Can we just never have that, please?
It'll happen.
Never.
Someday.
Whoever wrote his website, that's who's writing
I forgot of. Oh my God, that's a Bucks Twitter deep cut. Jason Kidd's website with the blog post. So I listed earlier the top 10 on Ty's big board. Top 11, DeRozan's in there somewhere. The next 10, Payne is gone. T.J. McConnell gone. Austin Rivers still kicking. Dragic TBD. Josh Hart, Tony Snell, Nick Batum gone. Ellington gone. Jeff Green gone. Blake Griffin still out there.
No.
Paul Millsap still out there.
Lou Williams, Danny Green, Svai Mihailuk,
Avery Bradley,
Dwayne Dedman,
Harry Giles.
Robin Lopez.
That's who it is. That was the center.
That's who you forgot. Yeah, Harry Giles. Harry Giles is still number one.
I knew it was going to come out eventually.
They're gonna get Harry Giles on a vet minimum, and it's goodbye, Mamadi. Thanks for the memes. Thanks for keeping Brooke company, but it's Harry Giles time. That's the dream this year, Jordan.
Tim McMahon
Two off
confirms.
seasons in a row that Brooke loses a brother.
But he's gonna gain
man.
another one, Harry Giles.
Sorry, Ty. What did?
Tim McMahon
Sorry,
confirms the trade exception thing. He
Oh,
co-tweeted
nice.
Bobby Marks, so maybe Tim McMahon showed that to a Rocket source and was like, "Hey, good idea here."
Great idea.
Yeah, we'll do that. Sounds great. I want to give a quick shout out to Brooke Lopez, who we've only really talked about his matching salary and saying we wouldn't trade him. I thought the moment where he, in the All Access, which everyone should watch now that it's back live, when he was affirming Bobby Portis in the fourth quarter, I just thought that was one of the all-time cool moments. And of course, you're winning Game 6. You're gonna win the finals. It's great. Again, I don't think this has been talked about enough outside of us. The guy who basically took his role in key games in that series. Zero animosity, nothing but support and encouragement. The kind of player that you refuse to trade, that you always keep around because he's good. And it's just, you talk about Bucks culture. Brooke Lopez, a non-marginal part of that, a very important piece on and off the court. All credit to the big fella. I mean, instrumental. Cannot think about this version of the Bucks without Brooke Lopez in the Budenholzer era, basically.
My favorite shot from All Access was a different Brook one. It was actually from just before the game, where he's alone sitting on the bench and he's clearly just taking a moment. You can see he's taking it all in, and it's I just love. You can see there him psyching himself up, but not in the way that he often might. And it's this is it. This is what it's all about. And he went out there and played like it. We have talked about it. Third quarter in particular, and in part maybe knowing that that was it for him. Like, go out and do it now because you may not be on the floor in the fourth. He came up with the crucial stretch. He came up with some really big and memorable plays. And yeah, I mean, we can do endless Brook. I will do endless. No one else even has to talk. I will talk about Brook Lopez for hours. Reggie Bullock, that part of the mid-level thing.
I don't think that's
the case because Sham says he's agreed to a 3-year, $30.5 million deal with the
could be
Mavericks.
If it's like starting at 7 or 8. Doesn't leave much for it. They have the full mid-level.
Because remember, Sterling's is like 2-year, $6.2 million. So
yeah,
okay,
still
that is
a large amount for Reggie Bullock.
Yeah, Reggie Bullock got the lion's share of that one for sure.
That's a Mirza Teletovic, Jason Kidd deal.
It is.
Yeah, I think it exactly is, isn't it?
If not exact,
maybe
close.
not the 0.5, but it's very, very close.
This is how far the Bucks have come. Yeah, I think we all at the time really liked that deal.
I feel bad for Mirza, man.
Yeah. Fears are the Mirza.
Mount Mirza.
Bobby Marks following up with this deal actually being a smart play for Bobby in the long run, establishes his early bird rights, as we touched on earlier, and can opt out next offseason. That would allow him to sign a contract starting at $11 million in 2022 and up to 4 seasons. I kind of still think Bobby should re-up for a year and then wait for full bird.
I was just going to say,
the Bucks would probably be very happy to get him to sign the longer-term deal when it's only early bird and in that kind of range next offseason.
Yeah, I mean, starting at 11, that's going to be like a 4-year, $50 million at most, right around there, maybe $52 million deal. Like, absolutely. I think he's owed more than that based on these discounts he's taken.
2 years in a row of discounts for Bobby Portis. What a legend. Everyone go buy underdog stuff.
I'm going to start tweeting at him to get the championship stuff up there. I need that t-shirt in particular. Yeah. I mean, if it comes down to it, I will buy any underdog gear to support Bobby Portis. But there's some good stuff that he's holding out on us.
This is what he's talking about with Milwaukee. Go ahead, Jordan.
So I was gonna say, what's our confidence level that we see more from the Bucks tonight?
I don't know.
I think
we haven't gotten Thanasis.
I was gonna say Thanasis was kind of the one that I thought would happen right away. Obviously,
he's busy too. I mean, him and Giannis are back in Greece partying with the trophies.
Yep.
They've got their official kind of celebration in Zapolia tomorrow. So, which Giannis said, I don't know if any of you saw this. He said at 8 in the afternoon, and that really confused me.
I think it's a translation thing.
Yeah,
maybe it is. Maybe that would make sense because I was like, 8 in the afternoon. Giannis has been staying up late, so that would be. That's like my afternoon. It's like 8 p.m.
I was gonna say, what time is it by you right now, Adam? Is that why we're not getting the TA news? Is TA asleep?
It would be 4 a.m. in Greece.
I mean, they're posting about Bobby Portis, so they're not asleep.
That's true.
Fair point.
Did they both post about
Yeah.
Bobby? Oh, I missed that completely. I heard you say it, but I didn't see anything.
No, it's on their Instagram stories.
The suspense of what TA ultimately gets continues.
I see once I open up Instagram, Pat, of course.
Did we talk about the Budweiser ad on the podcast?
I think we mentioned it, but we didn't talk about it in depth.
Because Matthew just brought it up again in the chat. So
that sounds like a free ad.
Yeah.
If we make exceptions for Giannis's ads.
Only if it's a Coors Light ad.
Yeah, I was going to say Blue Wire's...
I think we might have to censor what that ad's for when this goes out the pod feed.
Yeah, that's going to have a bleep ad. No, we can't.
There was an advertisement.
Knowing Giannis, like, if you heard bleep ad, it could be literally anything. Like, some of the fits he's worn, some of the bells he's rung.
True.
It's a beer company ad. Is all we will say. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, something Shams just tweeted.
Did he?
Is it something interesting?
No. I deleted it immediately. It happens sometimes.
Oh, this was just Bullock. It was an old thing on my browser. It's just Reggie Bullock again. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get Tucker and or Thanasis and or whoever else. I mean,
Tucker is the next domino to fall, so it's the timing
I
of
don't
that.
know if
I
it
feel
is
like
though, because
Yeah, they
there's
could
no,
do that whenever.
Yeah,
I know they could, but it's also there's no reason for it not to be done.
But for the
Like,
same logic, there's no reason to rush it if he's somewhere, if he's on a vacation. It could be done, but just not officially done. Who knows? But I think the next thing that I would expect to happen, I think, gonna have to use this TPMLE before everyone gets signed. And it's going slow right now. It could certainly stretch into tomorrow or later. I don't think they used their exceptions day one last year, but I
they're
do
at day
think
two. The Bucks work in two ways in free agency. They try to race in with one of the very first deals, and then they do the rest of their
Ersan.
business on day two.
Yeah, Ersan, Tony Snell.
Tony Snell was literally the first deal. Was
1201.
Ersan?
Yeah,
Ersan was a
his
1201, yeah.
return.
The 21 mil one.
Yeah.
What a moment. What a glorious, glorious moment.
It was their first free agent signing, and everyone's like panicking.
Not everyone.
goodness
some
gracious.
Some of us were celebrating.
I mean,
we're 3 hours in. The Bucks have signed one player, but it was worth it all for sure.
For sure.
And I think that's an important first domino because that signals to the other free agents. The $5.9 million Bucks contract is still on the table, and they're still equipped to bring back let's be honest, all of the important core from the championship team as soon as PJ puts pen to paper. Sorry, Bryn Forbes, but
they could still bring him back.
they also true. Don't think I want them to, but also
you've just said something that's kind of sent a shiver down my spine there. What if that's what happens? I mean,
It's honestly, it's fine.
is it?
Well, do you
If they
mean
bring
what
him back,
happened?
it's for a minimum.
What if
They'll still have the
Bobby left the money on
TPMLE.
the table and then TPMLE goes to Bryn?
That's not happening.
No
There's
way.
no chance that's happening. No, don't.
They,
no,
they,
there's no chance.
they saw the same playoffs we did. I'm not buying what you're
when
selling.
Rowan said that, I was just like, oh no, there's a way that they could just be like, oh yeah, bring the whole band back together.
But if you're gonna
Then
do that,
T can take the vet man, and you've literally,
I think it's
So
flip flopped
can-
if you're
so
doing
can
that.
Bryn.
Why would Bobby not get the bigger contract?
PJ's gone, guys. He's
What?
gone to the Heat.
What?
No.
PJ's gone to the Heat.
How? Wow, Shams, no details yet. So this is an incredible disappointment. Well, I don't even know if to say if true, it's Shams, but they had nothing except for the mid-level, I believe, at this point in time. Or if they had room, it was around then. There's no reason to not retain him unless he would have rather played there, which you find it really hard to believe. This is going to be one, unless there's some wild thing coming, which I don't see what it would be, is nothing but a terrible look for the Bucks.
This is you want to see a big number here, and I don't think we can see a big number from the Heat. And this gets into, well, what was being offered? What were they holding back
Yeah,
on?
let's see.
Well, how big
This
can
is
it
not
be?
a good look.
How big
Not
can it
great.
be?
Not great. I don't think it could be very big, but it's not great vibes right away. It's like, this was in the Bucks' hands. You just had to pay. It's like, yeah, it was going to cost you. It was going to cost you in terms of the tax. But if you were serious about it, ownership had to just pay up.
I mean, sign him and trade him before the deadline to somewhere else and cut your tax bill if that's
2 year, $15 million.
Oh my
God,
goodness.
that's horrible.
Unless this is a choice he's made where he wants to play, he wants to go live in Miami. He has been living it up. Maybe he'd like that.
It is up to him.
If the Bucks have not offered that, that is just catastrophically bad.
Oh my God. I was ready for 220. That's what I expected.
Well, that's the number that the Bucks were supposedly prepared to offer him. I think we'd all kind of accepted that was going to be the deal. So that's a surprise. Player option year 2, according to Shams.
So it's somebody had asked if it could be a sign and trade. I think it was possible. Highly unlikely the Bucks would want to do that for Miami. Not if it's a 2-year deal. So it's
Sign
Year
and trade
two-
have to be 3 years.
year 2 includes a player option for PJ.
Yeah, so it's not a sign and trade. He's just signed there. Can't imagine a worse place for him to go.
Yeah, because that team that I was making fun of a few minutes ago, they've got an extra defender now. Like you can do some stuff. I don't know. Look, we'll see on that. I think that part of it will take some more digesting, and we're gonna have to see what the Bucks do now.
That is Bucks nightmare fuel. That team now.
But
this is where the TPMLE is going to have to come in handy.
Does this change?
First off, thanks for the title, PJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the title. I do want to.
Yeah,
exactly.
I want to hear how this plays out, though. Too.
I also thought you were talking about title for the episodes. Like, what was the title?
I had the same thought.
PJ's part in the championship is not up for debate. Like he's a key cog of that, and he'll have that forever. But I am curious. Like, did he just decide he wants to go to Miami?
And they were linked to him at the deadline. Let's not. It wasn't like they weren't.
He even said he chose Milwaukee over Miami.
It was what the Heat and Rockets were willing to put up in a deal too.
I'm but also if PJ Tucker's commanding that trade, I'm sure he has a part in that.
Yes, and I mean ultimately
this is Wes Matthews vibes. Just in the progression of this, which if it all plays out like that again, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I think the Bucks now have to address. They have to find a big, something which we were just like, that's not part of the equation. This has to be all about a guard. Now they either need another backup big, or they need a similarly kind of. Well, I mean, you're unless I don't even know who it is. We'll have to dive in and have a look. But a similarly kind of switchable forward that's going to give you a lot of the flexibility and the options you had. Like, it's not easy for the Bucks to get into the trade market and do a lot with what they have, but maybe they're going to have to look at some options and try to see what they can. It's just tough with salaries.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have another salary slot around $8 million. This sucks. I mean, it feels weird to say, but good. At this point, you have to be rooting for PJ not wanting to stay, which, again, sounds super weird and feels unlikely.
The other thing, too, like, when it comes to this, this kind of situation, it's going to be what the team says about it and what the player says about it, and try to suss out what is real and what isn't.
I think it should just be simpler than that, because PJ is going to talk about it. He's going to be asked about the championship. So it's like, and I think he'll be pretty upfront about it. Like, if he wasn't getting offered that by the Bucks, I can't imagine that. And if that is the case, like, Bucks ownership have got some pretty big questions to answer.
I will say one last thing on if he chose it. He's probably a starter there all year. I mean, they need a power forward badly.
Yeah, I think he is. But if he wants to and is able to, he is probably a starter in Milwaukee. Like, I think the only reason he wouldn't be in Milwaukee, and we talked about this, I think, on the preview, is part of it is you wouldn't want to have to play him all year. You kind of protect him from himself, so he's able to go in the playoffs and give you the kind of minutes you need. But like this now, where Bobby blew the Bucks free agency open in one way, this is doing it in an entirely different way. We could see some Bucks deals pretty soon now, because it's entirely recalibrating what comes next, and it may well change the equation. Like, maybe now you're betting on, okay, we have to believe Dante will be healthy, and that's going to bolster our backcourt, because now you've got this question at the 4-5 that's more pressing, just as pressing. I know we all say things, and it's true, which is like Giannis is kind of a center, and he's going to play a lot of center in the playoffs. You don't want him playing there all year in the regular season and kind of having to take the beating that comes with that. You've got Brook, who you kind of want to protect as well at this point in his career. So it's going to be thanks for taking a discount, Bobby. You're playing 48 minutes a game all the way through the regular season. And then we still need you to be there. Like there's definitely something the Bucks need to figure out there. On the other hand, maybe the Sandman is actually on the roster.
No.
Like I don't know what way they're going to approach this.
Why did Woj tweet that
gone.
Garrett Temple agreed to a deal with the Pelicans? Did he just get traded there?
No.
He's part of the sign and trade, wasn't
Yeah.
he?
I didn't know he was also signing and trading. Whatever, it doesn't really matter.
This has gone from really good to not so good.
Yeah.
I mean, it can still be in a place where we come out of it feeling positive. Like, for example, if they do get, say, a Patty Mills, you're gonna feel good about the Bucks team. But there's no doubting how the Bucks beat the Nets, for example, and what it took to do that. It doesn't mean you couldn't do that, but you're having to do it in an entirely different way. And the way you'd have to do it is going to put so much more on guys like Giannis and Chris, which was crucial. It was crucial. And I think it was crucial to them being able to perform at the level they did beyond that series too, that you had what PJ gave them.
Matthew puts Otto Porter in the chat. That'd be solid at this point. That'd be really good at this point.
Yeah.
It'd be really good.
Can we
regardless,
remember
but
the
it'd be
last
really
time
important now.
Otto Porter played relevant basketball, though?
He's never been on a relevant team.
The equation
The
has
Wizards.
changed also, Jordan.
The Wizard? Did you just say the Wizards are a relevant team?
Yeah, they went to the second
He was,
round.
yeah. When he broke through with the Wizards, like they were good.
Yeah.
Like that was when
I thought you
Wall
meant
was still
now.
good.
Oh.
No, not now. Yeah.
People are asking if this is to dodge the tax. They're still going to pay the tax.
They can't
They're still
dodge
gonna
They're
it.
still paying the tax. Yeah.
But you could
It slashes the
potentially save
bill.
like 20 million. Like,
Yeah, it slashes
you know,
the tax
you could
bill.
save a lot of money. So it is possible this could be. I would still like to assume it's not, but it could be a tax dodging move. It's not going to take you out of the tax, but that would have been a pretty
It's
significant.
a title dodging move too, if that's the case.
Yeah, it could. Well, look, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not as down as that just yet. This is bad.
I'm down bad.
There's no doubting that. I'm not quite where you are just yet, Rohan. But they need to find something. They need to get some guys who are like, yeah, we want to go and play for the NBA champion Milwaukee Bucks. We want to go and try and repeat. The Heat have climbed those rankings that we just laid out like 15 minutes ago, though.
Yep.
I think they're still in the second tier.
No, I think they're very close to tier one.
So still
There's a
in the
lot
second tier.
that can go wrong. They are very old,
Yeah, I was going to say they're not getting younger.
and they have some injury issues. But that feels like the kind of player they needed to glue it together.
Their top, like, what, 7 of Lowry, Butler, probably Robinson, I would assume in the starting lineup. Tucker, Bam, Hero. Who else is forgetting already?
That might be. It seems like Kendrick Nunn is going to leave. That might be about it.
Yeah, but that's top 6 is pretty, that's tough. That's a tough top 6.
Ooh, we got Gordy Zhang to the Hawks.
Oh,
1 year, $4 million deal.
I like him, but why? They have 2 centers. Is Capella missing a lot of time? Or no, Okongwu is missing, so I guess that's why.
Matthew in the chat says go get Millsap, and I kind of agree with that in terms
On
of
vet min, yes.
if you could get Millsap on vet min. Look, part of this now is there is not a PJ Tucker replacement, and this was something we talked about before. It's kind of the value of him, but
This also
Millsap-
means Pat is starting at the 2 spot right away to start the year.
well, we don't know who else
Right?
might sign.
Portis would probably have a shot as well, I think. I guess it depends for a lot of reasons who else.
This
This
sucks.
I would like if they could get Millsap. If Millsap is at the point, which I think he probably should be, and the way just things seem to be shaking out, I don't know if there's going to be much more out there. Maybe he could get a TPMLE somewhere. But if he's like, yeah, I like the idea of reuniting with Bud and being on a team where I could have a role and have a chance to win, I do think he is someone who would have some defensive utility. He's not going to lock down guys in the same way, but he is good enough, he's smart enough, and he's strong enough to take some of those minutes that PJ had to take. And that's really what the Bucks are going to be looking for. And there's not a whole lot of guys out there who just kind of fit that bill.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm trying to keep it going here.
Everyone else is just down bad.
I'm just
a lot of Steve has been, because I thought he was I love Bobby, and especially for what he's done, but like
PJ seemed like the done deal was the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
I do think they can recover from this. I don't want to say easily because of how important he was on the title team. The oldest player in the core by a strong measure. A guy who I think Bucks fans were a little worried about and obviously the deal he got, it would have been, everyone would have been fine with, but a little worried about like if he gets that third year, that's going to get tenuous, everything like that. Even a 2-year deal, you don't know how it ages. You would rather keep him because again, there's no, outside of luxury tax, there's no cost in doing so, opportunity cost. But I do think, as much as it just sounds blasphemous to even talk like this about PJ, I'm glad out of the two guys, to two forwards who went free agency, I'm glad at the one they kept. Because I think Bobby, just for a long time, can be very, very important.
The younger guy.
Yeah. And the guy who will score points. I think that is helpful.
I'm the more I think about it, like PJ has to have just wanted to go to Miami. Because otherwise he needs.
That's my
hope. But otherwise he needs to fire his agent because like that Daniel Tice contract we talked about. It's like if that's not the case and he's signing 2 years, $15 million. I don't know. It's really, really tough for him too. Like a guy who has talked a lot about wanting the paydays.
He turned down a 2-year, $17 million extension last off season, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
As soon as the news broke, Sophie got very fussy. You're going to have to pull up the YouTube to see. But she came over. She's been aggressive. She's been pawing at me. She's not happy. I think she's worried about tax dodging here. They're going to have to pay, but
we dogs. But that's what she's saying.
Yeah, she said, look, the dog is gone. She's got to switch fandoms now.
I will fully turn on PJ if he goes to Miami and he starts saying that again. He can retire that phrase. I'm sorry, that's
but it still might apply. I
was thinking that earlier, and that is the Heat culture that we all hate and love to make fun of. The idea of that, no one has ever fit that better than PJ Tucker, and Kyle Lowry is maybe not that far off. They're gonna have a real chance at making that thing that's just been a punchline for quite a few years into something real again next season. But look, as we said, the other side of that is they have a lot of guys who could all just basically break down. Like their bodies could break down at the same time. You could have not a whole lot left there. And even if that's not the case, like they're not a team that you look at and you're just like, no, that's not doable. Like the Bucks could still beat that team.
Oh, 100%.
The concern is more just the other teams you'll have to face without having PJ Tucker, and that's
Brooklyn.
That's then where it's Brooklyn. It's KD more than anything.
But
else.
I think the formula for beating the Heat hasn't really changed. It's going to be strangling them out again, like the Bucks did last time. I mean, PJ, for all that he does add,
he does not score. Who's going to score is still the question for that team.
He doesn't give you much spacing. Lowry is the one that's going to help a lot. But
have they got any exceptions? Anything left to use on Bryn Forbes?
I think it'd have to be Vet Min, but that's, maybe if only the Bucks could take players in a sign and trade, maybe they could swap Butler out for him and get someone who's going to give a couple more points across a 4-game series. But yeah, there's people are talking in the chat. PJ was adamant he wanted to go through free agency and be a free agent, which he hadn't done in quite a while. Again, the hope is he picked this destination. It's kind of a terrible destination in my opinion, PJ, but it will be an atrocious look for the Bucks if they were offered a chance to compete with that and didn't, because it's not a huge deal. Keith asked about DeRozan. Unless I've missed something, still out there. Hey, you want to be a starting two guard on the reigning champion, DeMar DeRozan? Got $5.9 million with your name on it.
Well, that's like, I see Chris Mannix just tweeting out, the minimum market over the next few days will be interesting. Heat join Lakers and Nets among teams needing cheap veteran talent with an ability to sell vets on a popular location and a chance to win. Hey, how about join the champions to get more money? It's like, so yeah, the minimum market will be
Stevens versus Giannis, guys. So
yeah, that's very, very true.
Well, the thing too about PJ, the move, it kind of, you kind of see the draft night in a different light now, and why the Bucks may have wanted to make the move of getting future seconds for obviously trades in itself, just because they're low on draft assets to begin with. But if they are looking towards this season as trying to find their next PJ Tucker, a veteran that they can maybe get out of a bad situation or that's going to be available for trade, whatever the case may be, that's maybe why you kind of safeguard that move, knowing, this could go either way if he is going to leave or resign, whatever the case was. But I
am surprised though, because like I did say that. I just didn't feel like Bobby would have done that without knowing that PJ was coming back. Like, I'm sure Bobby is back where he wants to be. That's clear, and he's happy about that. But he must be right now being like, hold on, what? Like, it's not.
I mean,
too late.
This is the Nass's time to shine. We've always said.
Bobby. It is more minutes for Bobby.
It is more minutes for Bobby. That much is true. He's really. Are you gonna quibble over the defense now? Because he's really gonna have to find the next level. Yeah, of his defense.
You're asking me if I'm gonna quibble over Bobby Portis' defense?
Yeah.
I should be asking you that.
No, I'm saying when I said earlier that he still needs to improve his defense, you were like, "Oh, does he?" The answer now is yes. Yes, he really does. He needs to become PJ Tucker as well. Oh, sorry, Bobby, that's unrealistic, but this is part of it now. The other thing with this move, I think someone like Jordan Nwora just moved up like a spot in the rotation in a very real way. You've got to now trust that. You've got to make him a player. You want someone real is the thing. Like you wanted DeMar or Patty Mills. You want someone that it's like
Reggie Jackson, Austin Rivers. Austin a little less appealing.
You've lost one player of what was a very, very small playoff rotation. The Bucks had to play it really tight. We know that. So you need to at least have that many players again. And ideally, Rohan is atting DeMar DeRozan right now, saying he loves him, just for anyone who's not live on Twitter or listening to this after the fact. That is something that's happening as I speak. But yeah, I don't know. That derailed my thoughts, just seeing that scroll in front of my face. Anyone else you're going to reach out to, Rohan?
Oh, let's see.
Hit up Malik for me.
Nah.
No. Now is not the time. Vet Min.
Sure. Look, if Rohan tweets him, maybe it'll happen.
Couple of days. Vet Min. Great.
Patty Mills on Twitter.
Good player, but Patty Mills. Has Patty Mills got a game in like 40 minutes? Are they?
Oh, yeah, I'll see this
then. Patty Mills might be just a little bit busy.
Oh, man. Well, I think we found the bright side a little bit. It still sucks. But if you have to lose one guy to the championship rotation in a vacuum, the oldest guy is probably the option more times than not when your franchise player is 26. It still just sucks, though, and there's just no reason.
Patty Mills also, bat signal going up from Rohan for Patty Mills on Twitter. So it's going to be interesting as the night, continues to watch just how many NBA players Rohan can in fact reach out to.
Who's it going to be? Oladipo?
Let's see. I don't need to tell him.
Yeah, he knows. That's true.
Ooh, here's a good one. I guess just waiting for me to tweet now. Is that what's
going on? Yeah, this is what the content has become.
We needed this.
Is there anyone else? Because we weren't overly focused ahead of time Yeah, well, Millsap is now kind of right up on my list. This is what I was going to ask though. Is there any other big forwards that any of you tie in your big board? There probably weren't a whole lot of.
There weren't many.
You know, there's one guy. There's one guy that we talked about, and this is really going to push Rohan over the edge.
Oh no!
No. Don't say it.
It could be Blake Griffin time.
For vet min, I'd be happy with it. He's a dirtbag, but he'd be our dirtbag, and that's different.
This was the point I tried to make.
We want
but does he have a bag? Right?
Bucks don't care.
I think that's one of the kind of options that's got to be in play in terms of the players who are out there.
Yeah, I mean Jeff Green gone.
Serge Ibaka. I don't think Serge
Batum
Ibaka.
No, he picked up his option.
Yeah.
He picked up his option, did he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he had back surgery.
Dwayne Dedman.
Ooh, I like him.
It's okay. Vet min candidate for sure. I'll take him on vet min. I mean, that's the stretchy-ish big.
Ooh, Rudy Gay. Matthew just put
Dwayne Dedman can't play in a Bucks playoff rotation.
I thought Rudy Gay would have been interesting for if Bobby had left. I don't know if
Yeah, I don't know. That's some overlap there.
James Ennis is actually a guy that was linked to the Bucks. I think he had an interview with Hoops Rumors. He also would probably be chased after by Lakers. Nets.
Heat, apparently. Yeah.
This is rough.
The board is gonna. I'm gonna have to do version 2.0 of the big board, an updated big board coming tomorrow. I don't know.
Millsap is the guy for me.
Let's do hierarchy of who we want to see signed now. For me,
Malik Monk.
No. For me,
is this a bit
DeMar,
or is this
Paul Millsap, Patty Mills?
Say it.
Say what?
Malik Monk.
And then probably fine, Malik Monk.
That's a good number 4. That's probably about where it's close to my order too. I would have DeMar, Mills, Millsap, Monk, and then actually I might have a guy like Otto Porter in there a little higher.
Oh, I forgot about him. Otto Porter before Malik Monk.
Paddy, Millsap.
Oh wow.
Harry Giles.
Just no interest in DeMar.
No DeMar.
I'm kind of, somewhat realistic about this. I don't. Maybe. I'll be very happy if it happens.
The money's drying up.
It's, what's a good thing with this? I was being kind of maybe overly pragmatic about Bobby and being like, no chance he takes less. And I was pleasantly surprised when he took less. So I'm going to go with that too. I don't think DeMar is going to happen. If DeMar happens, great. But yeah, I think Millsap and Patty Mills would be great.
Yeah. Jordan, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Patty has kind of been the ultimate Bucks point guard target that I've wanted for a while. Losing PJ, it's like, because they had the TPMLE, and that's the thing that they have over any other contender right now. Save for the Nets, but I mean, I would assume if they want to bring Blake back, I don't know. I have no idea.
I love everyone
to
in the chat, but some of the names out there are really depressing, and then there's some really good ones like Ursa.
I was gonna say.
It's all falling into place,
Rashawn Holmes,
the glorious return for
he's
the
not gonna sign for
time.
Emily.
No, just no way.
Get more.
And honestly, that's not really the kind of big I want. Anyway, he's too good. He's good. I would take him, but you want more of like a 4 or 5 who offers you more offensive utility with Giannis. I think is really what you're looking for.
Everyone, including people on this podcast, have said, the championship, we're so happy. It's going to be a long time before we can get mad about anything again.
Here we
Will
are.
that hold up if
2
Ursan signs in the next 5 minutes?
What?
So
to what kind of contract is the question?
Oh,
Well, it doesn't matter if he's signed to be the replacement for PJ.
Ugh, don't put it like that. That's disrespectful.
Listen, he's a good positional defender. I'm just
Rohan, go with your thing. I'm gonna get upset if we keep going down this path.
So, friend of the pod, Carter Rodriguez, saying Keto working so hard to get to the second round of the playoffs. Just for perspective.
Hopefully they can take more than 0 games in the playoffs next year.
You know what? And the way things are shaking up, and we did this earlier, like there's more than 4 good teams. So if you're not at the very top end of that, you're gonna have a real team in the first round, and they may find themselves in that spot again in spite of all they do, and that's where it could all go wrong. You know, so that is a joke that I like a lot in my favor, but it could well be true. Devontae Graham, speaking of the Hornets, is going to the Pelicans
for a first round pick and a big contract.
Oh God!
Don't love that for New Orleans. Well, we don't know what the contract is, but don't love that for New Orleans.
They're giving a pick?
Yeah, to pay Devontae Graham.
That's their guy?
It could be so much worse, really. Like,
could it?
The Pelicans, I mean, if for us.
Oh.
Yeah.
If that was how the Bucks approached trying to get to winning a championship around Giannis, you know what? We wouldn't have Giannis right now. That's how that would go, because that is spectacularly bad.
I am worried now. We're getting to a point when a really good point guard might sign with a contender for less because there's not much out there anymore. I wanted the Pelicans to burn their money on like a Schroeder or someone like that.
The Bucks still have the chance to be the spot for that.
But so does Brooklyn, is the issue.
Yeah.
That's the Brooklyn. Brooklyn's probably going to end up with a good.
Maybe
they keep Dinwiddie. I don't know, but
if you're a really good point guard, do you want to go to Brooklyn? Like,
they have a lot
minutes?
They have a lot of.
4-year, $47 million contract for Devontae Graham.
My goodness.
I would have just paid Lonzo.
Did they watch him last year?
I would have just paid Lonzo. I think Lonzo helps you win basketball games a lot more than Devontae does.
4-year, $47 million is a contract that it doesn't take a lot for it to turn around and look pretty good. But
yeah, it's only 12 years.
It's a lot of money when you've also given up a first-round pick.
On the other hand, Miles Plumlee. Yeah.
That's easy to move.
To Charlotte.
It's a lot of money for a guy who has not shot 40% from the field since his rookie year. Or from
also,
two,
Why did they send a pick? Couldn't they just sign him to an offer sheet?
They did.
No, they didn't. It's a sign and trade, so it's not an offer sheet. Maybe they needed it to get him in the cap. Maybe they were worried Charlotte was going to keep him. That could be it.
So before even letting Charlotte match, they're like, here's a pick.
Well, I don't think you could get him if they matched until like the deadline. So
I don't think the Hornets wanted to match.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. But
at all.
Maybe it's a cap thing for New Orleans. Maybe it lets them work it easier. Maybe they're working it into the Lonzo deal or something. It's hard to say.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm glad the Bucks aren't on these deals anymore. I'll say that. That's a win from tonight.
I wish they were in on one more deal today, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying to.
I know.
There's another deal coming. I'm telling you, there's another deal coming.
Oh, there has to be.
No, but I mean, I think there'll be one tonight. It's gonna be interesting what deal comes next and what way they go. And what they prioritize will tell us a lot too, I guess, about where their confidence is at. Dante, I guess, in how they feel the team can evolve from here and how they may play a slightly different style. Like, I don't know. There isn't the player out there who's going to give you exactly what PJ did. It's something we've already said. But you're going to be playing, you maybe need guards more because you're going to be playing a slightly smaller style. And maybe also part of it is your defense is going to take something of a hit and you're going to need players who actually make their shots now.
I mean,
that's not a shot at PJ, although it is just the shot.
I was like,
PJ.
I'm pretty sure that's a direct shot.
It's reality.
Well, it applies to PJ, but it wasn't intended as that. I mean, part of that is if you can't replace exactly what he gave, which you're not going to be able to, if you could get a defender who is not quite as good, but they're going to give you something on offense, that's just going to be how you're going to have to look at it and how the Bucks are going to have to approach it now. It's like, what's the best combination of that we can get? How can we make the team the best team it can be rather than what's the best approximation of PJ? Because PJ is gone, and I don't think the approximation is there. Like that would be where I'm at with it. It's just now, okay, find the best players so that you've got good balance across your roster. You may have to play a slightly different way in the playoffs. That's okay, but make sure you've got the players to play in multiple ways, because we have already learned just how important that is.
Boy, are you going to look silly saying there's no approximation when TA puts pen to paper.
Sure.
Imagine if he's the TPMLE. I'd be fine with it.
No,
you would not, Rohan.
No.
Rohan, you would not be. If that came true right now,
Oh my God.
people would get to see you slide out of your seat like we see so often.
Yeah.
He might spring out of it. Oh, the light changed. It's so funny how hard the wind came. We're getting ready to maybe wrap. Successful day one. A lot of moves.
We were
up in
so
day
close.
two.
Yeah.
And right when we were getting there, you just hear Adam go, "PJ is gone." And for a second, I was like, "Oh, the deal is done. Great." And then my Twitter loaded and just.
Why would that mean what?
I don't know.
get that either.
Gone off the board?
denial.
I don't know. It didn't process with me that he would actually leave. That's why I thought that.
It's such a weird situation. Both deals that have happened for the Bucks today, we are completely not expecting.
Yes,
right?
Completely stunned.
That's yeah.
We were not expecting Bobby Portis to stay for his non-bird rights, and we were not expecting PJ Tucker to sign with any other team.
So do we
especially the
want
Heat.
this trend to continue or not from this point on? I don't know if we want unexpected.
I mean, I wasn't expecting. We were saying it's so unrealistic for the Bucks to get DeMar DeRozan. So
Or Kawhi, you know?
yeah, Kawhi. Yeah.
Rohan, send the tweet.
Oh
Yeah.
shoot. Yeah.
Maybe this trend could continue in even more unexpected ways. But yeah, it's
He was ready to play in the Western Conference Finals, so give him some time. He'll be good.
Oh goodness. But yeah, I don't know. We might get another move coming. We're definitely in a bit of another lull. It's out from Devontae Graham here.
how does Markeith sound now in the chat? Not
Better.
great. Still.
Better.
No, I
For
For
don't
vet
want
man, a lot
Markieff.
better.
Markeith is solid.
He's all right.
Don't think he fits. Just, I mean, it would be a very Bobby Portis.
I was gonna say we've seen this.
That
work
would be maybe
before.
the next player to come true, and hope that it works out in that way. And if it did not work out in that way, it could be very costly. But
Another
I'm not
guy we
sure
didn't
at all.
mention that would be really good now. It doesn't matter much, but would be still really good, especially on min. Lou Will. I'd be excited about that. Fire up
Sure.
some Lou Will or Oladipo. Lou Will or Oladipo on vet min.
Jordan could not
no.
look less excited.
No.
On vet min,
No.
Jordan. Lou Williams or Victor Oladipo on vet min. Like that's
Or both.
exciting.
Porque no los dos.
I think Lou Will be more. I think I could be talking to Lou Will more for the fact that he's actually going to play. I don't know about Oladipo.
Oladipo's gonna play. Did you see his doctor?
I don't think he's going to
talk
play well.
Woj?
Yeah.
If
Dr.
he's not
Woj.
gonna play, he could coach because he knows like the book
He's in
scheme.
He's
yeah.
putting work in
Not
the
well
film.
by
film
now,
sessions.
yeah.
Yeah.
He could lead film sessions like right now. They could have him coach at Summer League.
There we go.
It's a good tryout.
Get all the
Jordan,
value out of that
that's-
$2 million.
That's right up your street, right?
I've seen a team win an actual title. I don't know if I can actually cape for the Summer League
Wow.
title anymore.
Wow.
I think
Oh.
yeah, that's a great thing to say because the moral of the story is the Bucks are the reigning NBA champions.
It's
There we
correct.
go.
That's correct. Reggie
Yeah, well,
Jackson, I think we said that already.
Again,
But
being NBA champions is a little more difficult now.
it is.
It was always going to be hard. If we're being honest, it was always going to be hard because not just defending your title or defending a title is hard to begin with, but shorter off season, a lot of miles on your legs, obviously, especially with more minutes for the top three guys. Yeah, PJ was the oldest guy on the roster, but it's safe for Austin Rivers has gone back to the Denver
Yeah,
Nuggets.
he's gone to the Nuggets 1 year deal, so I'm guessing that's the vet man.
Cross him
Yeah.
off the board.
What was I saying?
It's gonna be hard to repeat.
gonna be hard.
PJ, a lot of miles. Also, THT gonna finally be unleashed. So,
My one counter to that, Jordan, is it was hard the first time.
yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's true.
It's like, does it really matter? Like, it's just until we won't know.
It turns out winning titles are hard to begin with, right?
Did any of us, and maybe someone will claim to now. I don't know. We can go back and check the tape. I did not, so I won't claim it. Did any of us think at the start of last season that the Bucks were going to be NBA champions?
No.
I think Ty and I said
I
that.
said maybe.
No, Ty, you said they'd win the title. I said they'd lose in the finals.
Oh, look at me. Right again. Don't remember it, but
All I remember, because we actually did a pre-official teaming up. We did a pod, which was like mine and Jordan's only pod for the first 3 months before I went on sabbatical. But I remember specifically saying I don't think they'll be good in the regular season, but they may be better in the postseason for it. I don't think I meant in the way that it happened, and I don't think I went title kind of talk on it. And look what happened. So I mean, I'm not trying to tell yet. It's tough to win a title, and you don't know how tough it will be on a given year until you're further down the line. I mean, the Bucks got their share of luck in terms of injuries, as much as they were without Dante this year. The fact that Giannis was still in one piece and able to come back and do what he did, that falls your way. Maybe it doesn't matter if you've got PJ Tucker or not by the time next postseason rolls around. It's a really, really big blow, but we'll see. We'll see what they manage to come up with and who they manage to sign.
one guy who might have to play minutes at the 4 and play a lot of defense, Chris Middleton.
Oh,
Yeah,
Chris Middleton. I mean, took on a big defensive role in some of those games, guarded everyone from Booker to KD. He's going to have to show up and be great more often in the next playoffs, unless they somehow do find a very strong, bigger defender.
They can do that. That's the thing
yeah.
when you talk about guys like DeRozan or Patty Mills. If you get someone who can actually give you some real offense, then Giannis and Chris can afford to take on some more of the defensive load than you were able to have them take on in the current run. Like if DeMar DeRozan comes in, that's a real game changer for what you're able to ask Giannis and Chris to do defensively, because all of a sudden they don't have to shoulder quite as much. Even to a lesser extent, if you did get, say, a Lou Williams on a vet min, that it just comes to getting shot creators, guys who can score and who can really help with the offense. If you do that, it does change the dynamics somewhat. Like it was Jeff Teague being the backup point guard was a big part also of why PJ Tucker was so essential, because you couldn't have Giannis and Chris taking all of the defensive load and then being like, Jeff Teague, save us with your offense. So if they could get the right kind of scorers there too, it does kind of just shift the dynamics of that, where you could then ask Chris to do a bit more, you can ask Giannis to do a bit more, and you would be able to do that and have it kind of net out still as something pretty positive.
here's a name that I don't think has been thrown out there, and maybe because they've been linked to another team, but former Heat person, Andre Iguodala.
He's just worse, PJ.
That's
pretty
fine.
pretty noticeably worse. I mean,
Okay, it's better than
I-
no PJ.
It seems like it's just done that he's going back to the Warriors.
which is fine.
It hasn't been done yet.
I know, but what makes me like, I don't think you're getting him to the Bucks on a vet minimum.
No.
If you got him on a vet minimum, I'd be perfectly fine with that.
I wouldn't. I don't think he'd play in important
I'd be
games.
fine with Iguodala on a vet minimum.
Come on, Ty.
What did he tell me what he accomplished in the first round series last year?
How many
What did he-
guys
what
are
did
on
he
the board
accomplish?
for the Bucks at that kind of spot that actually accomplished stuff in the playoffs last year?
Like
there's
pretty
not gonna
much
be-
everyone else we talked about. Millsap, I think, was more useful.
Didn't have his finest hour.
Can anyone say one thing Andre Iguodala accomplished in the playoffs? Hit a couple
No,
threes,
but
I guess. Found money
I
threes.
would struggle on a whole lot of other guys, which is
Yeah.
why,
We can look back at what he's shown he can do.
Sure, Melo's available.
I've said Melo.
Ty, if everyone else is just signing all the old players, and fooling themselves into thinking, that's the whole principle of the Miami Heat.
Here's a player we talked about who has Blake Griffin did something in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, okay, that's
Yes,
fair.
but I do not like Blake Griffin.
Well, you might have to get to like Blake Griffin.
Yeah. No, I'm out. I don't know what he accomplishes. I don't know what he does at this point. I don't get it. I don't think he plays the defense that people think he plays. The playmaking is fine, but he can't score.
So if they decided to bring him in and say waive Diakite, you'd be disappointed.
I wouldn't care if they it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't be that excited. It just would feel like swapping one guy is not going to accomplish anything for another one. PJ's utility on defense is a lot different than Iguodala.
I love when we just find these random players that hits Ty's nerves.
I just don't think he's good. It's not nerves.
No, not nerves is a strong word, but just like people you're passionate about.
Someone with the initials of WM in the comments is asking, would we bring Wes back? Yeah. Is Wesley Matthews in the comments asking if we bring him back?
Could be Wes Senior. I mean, sure. I feel kind of the same, honestly.
I
don't know if his pride could take
better if I don't say anything.
Yeah.
Jordan's heard me say a lot on Wes Matthews over the last year.
I would not. Someone asked Kareem Abdul-Drummond. I'm saying no to that too.
No, absolutely no.
Absolutely
you put that in
not.
NFT. No.
I'll buy his NFT for him to
I'll design a shoe that just says no. It'll be worn by PJ Tucker as he plays for the Heat.
Yeah,
like
Cody,
the
Cody
answer
put great in
to
chat. I am not down that bad. Yes, we are not down that bad.
That's very true. The answer to who guards KD next season, that's if you find someone who can carry some offense, I think the answer is Giannis.
I think we're closer to Chris right now, at least starting games.
You can basically combine those two guys and have them split some of that. I think you just need to find someone who's going to be able to 15 points plus. Maybe Pat takes a leap.
Another one.
Yeah, why not?
Can be even more underpaid.
He's a big leaper.
This is what he's known for. Yeah, that's going to be one of the big questions, right? I mean, that's the matchup to think about. The same way that they stockpiled bigs 2 years ago to get ready for Embiid and never saw him. It would be great if they got through the East without seeing KD next year. It doesn't feel likely, but that is going to be the question now.
The Bucks don't have the injury questions or the age questions that all those other teams have, though.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I like when you look around the East. Like, there's lots of teams you could talk yourself into them being good. I think it's interesting that the Bucks played the Hawks in the conference finals because they feel like the two teams that you can actually just rely on what they are being what they are. Like, there are teams that could come up and have higher ceilings if everything holds up. But neither of those teams have some of the questions that the others have.
And that's, you get farther away from that by not rotating PJ, whether purposefully or not. Depending on who you bring in. I mean, if you bring in someone useless, you're just worse and it doesn't help at all. But we'll see.
Are there any other names we're missing?
Matthew dropped in a list. Unfortunately, Nwaba's gone. Bazemore. Oubre? Where's Oubre?
Oubre has not gone anywhere.
Is he just a free agent? Is he just sitting? Right? He's just chilling?
Chilling.
Yeah. So.
I mean, I don't know what he's doing.
I would Oubre
he's on that CarMax commercial. That's what he's doing.
Oubre would be good. Oubre would be a TPMLE.
It's right in with Bobby. Getting those
grinders.
Yeah, I think he wouldn't get any more than that. I know there's not a lot out there.
I think he would.
Or maybe he goes in there and tries to get a ring.
Like at 25, he doesn't have to do that yet. I think he should be trying to get in,
I mean, we saw Bobby do that.
Yeah, well, that was imagery. I don't think Oubre needs the image rehab.
Oubre's been
Oubre
pretty
does
good
not
offensively.
need an image rehab.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
Man looks good.
Let's talk about.
What is his name? Wave Poppy, right?
If they sign him,
Poppy,
if they sign him, Jordan has to only refer to him as that on pods. I just want to hear that said more often by the great Jordan Chesky. WM mentions Josh Hart. Josh Hart would be. They're talking about a guy who fits and would be good on the timeline. It's a weird fit.
So the Pelicans are going to move on for both Lonzo and Josh Hart.
When you can pay Devontae Graham,
they're going to try.
Yeah,
to get
when you
Josh
can
Hart.
do that and get
And they're then not going to have defense, which both of those guys could give some of. It's very weird.
I feel like they're going to end up keeping him. That's my.
I do think Josh Hart. If you're also keeping Dante and Pat, I'm a little less interested. There's a pretty good amount of overlap between all three guys, I think.
Tony Snell.
Andrew Snyder, known Hornets aficionado, all in on my Monk take.
He
Just
sent me
saying.
this in the DMs earlier, and I decided not to share.
Yeah, I
it,
was
which
gonna
is-
say, kind of left that info out. Some of
Yeah, I
these
decided I
discussions.
just wasn't going to share it.
Interesting.
Semi Ojale.
Oh my god.
That's the name that suggested that.
I think we have to end the pod. Someone just.
You know what? Here's a take. I'm gonna get roasted.
Oh no.
You prefer him than Iggy? Is this the take?
Yeah, correct.
What?
Correct.
I don't.
Semi Ojale.
I don't hate that.
What did you watch in the first round last year?
Why are you just watching the first round? What did Semi Ojale do in the first round of the playoffs, Ty?
Probably more.
How do you know?
I don't know. I don't know how you
Yeah,
know what
see?
Iggy
So what's
didn't
this
do.
comparison then? What did Iguodala do in the first round? I'm asking you that question. What did Semi Ojale do in the first round, Ty?
I am asking. Why am I talking about the playoffs?
No, answer my question.
Why am I
Answer
talking
my
about
question.
the playoffs for a player the Bucks might sign? Why am I curious about what he's going to do in a playoff setting?
Yeah, so what did Semi Ojale do?
I don't know. Let's look.
Yeah, see?
I'm
Are you
on it.
Jordan?
He scored 1 point.
Yeah, there you go.
He's also 26. He scored 1 point. He's also 26, not 37 or whatever Iggy is.
Cool. He scored 1 point.
Scored 1 point. That's a good point.
There is.
Was it?
I like. Part of me is like, yeah, he could be useful, and the other part of me is he may be more effective at stopping Giannis as his teammate than he was as an opponent.
Oh my god, that was. To see 1 point.
0 for 4, 1 point.
Playoffs.
Let's see. What did Andre Iguodala have?
It's going to be more because he hit a couple threes.
Cody makes a great point. Sammy didn't get swept.
There we
Good
go.
point. Andre Iguodala had 15 points.
15 whole points.
15 times better.
Semi
That's
and
what I had.
1
15 whole
point.
points. Semi also played 12 minutes to Andre's 71.
Oh
It's
my
still
God.
bad for if you want to do that.
Semi had to do that in the outhouse.
My head hurts. That finding that 1 point, I will never get over that.
Put Semi in the penthouse and let's see what happens. Oh goodness gracious!
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't think it's a good take. I don't think he's all that good.
Bring back Bonzi Colson in the chat now. That's like
He's an MVP.
Yeah, he's been tearing it up since he left. Wisconsin is the best way of putting it in his case.
Yeah.
yeah, Wisconsin. Well, I mean, Frank Mason, Bonzi Colson, Giannis, twice, 3 times. We got the MVPs everywhere.
There's a couple of other notable MVPs that you left out of the discussion there.
Bucks
but I
owner
appreciate-
Aaron Rodgers.
He's an owner? What?
Yeah. What?
Did you actually
Joking.
not?
No, I was joking.
Oh, yeah, I'd be on that one.
Oh man, it hurts.
Yeah. Semi Ojale.
like the fact that conversation went the way that it did. It's just made me think maybe the Bucks need to just find smaller defenders and change how they play, because I don't want to be in the middle of arguments like that
Ojale versus Finals
Eurostep
MVP
co-hosts.
Andre Iguodala.
Imagine they signed both of those guys now, and they're it's a matter of who plays. I don't know.
That
if
would
we could
split
You
do
know
it.
who would play? You know who would play?
Well, it splits it perfectly. People would be listening to the Win at 6 pod where Jordan and I didn't shout at each other. Jordan would bring up the 1 point again, I feel like. But
Thanasis would play over both of them if they signed both of them.
Yes, I agree.
until he was in foul trouble, and then.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he's gonna get better. He's gonna get better.
Well, I don't think a guy we haven't talked about yet. I don't think I've seen brought up a couple times quickly. I think we are winding down. We're about at 4 hours. Bruce Brown.
Oh, no.
I know he's restricted. It would be hard.
Restricted?
They'd have to probably pull his QO if they signed someone else qualifying offer, but would be all the way down. I mean, a really fun utility player who's just
That would be
a
perfect.
useful player. Just a really useful player.
That's maybe the best you could get in terms of PJ's gone. What are you going to do that's
and
going
it's
to
the
give you a
same-
lot of that? And also, you're getting someone on much closer, actually younger than Giannis and Bobby Portis, but like that's kind of fantasy stuff. It feels like, but if you could find a way to make that happen, that would be really, really good.
We're down bad. The names in the chat are Epe Udo and Nigel Hayes.
Okay, I think we are. Yeah. I'm sorry. Anybody who suggested
Epe Udo lasted like 2 minutes in the Nigeria game I watched, and he got injured, and it was really.
Oh, he got hurt?
Really
Okay.
sad.
Oh,
he
he
played
did?
some other games, but that opening game, it was like he was in a couple of minutes, and he had to come out, and I was like, "Oh, this is grim."
Yeah. Frank Kaminsky in play.
No,
We really had to
had
stop.
to.
All right, Rohan, do the thing.
Yeah. I can't believe.
Before you do the thing, there's a lot of people. We've been doing this for a long time now.
Yes.
Tonight, there are a lot of people
Yeah.
who've been in the chat all along.
That's
Like,
incredible.
You're amazing. Thank
Whoa,
you,
whoa,
to all
whoa,
of you.
Thank
whoa.
you.
Breaking news in the chat?
Millsap just followed Bobby? I think he was following Bobby.
He was already following him. I saw that earlier.
That's Adam's lane is which big guys are following which other big guys.
I saw the Niles Books tweeted it out earlier, but I think it's been a thing beyond that. It would be
Okay.
Millsap is not the I'm about to sign with the Bucks. Let me go follow Bobby Portis and social media guy. I don't know how many of you follow Paul Millsap. I do, have done for years.
What have you seen, like 4 tweets over that time?
It's
or-
kind of it's like
Is it
dad,
Jeff Teague like?
it's dad core like
Oh.
Yeah,
posting. Like it's Millsap is a very kind of different dude. He's
culture fit.
really strong culture fit, and someone who I think like Giannis would really love playing with. Strong culture fit. But let's hope we could be talking some more about Millsap and less about Iguodala and Semi Ojeleye, given
Nigel Hayes.
Oh my goodness.
do the
Josh
thing.
Gosser.
Yeah. Hey, poor Washington High School zone, Josh Gossett.
Yes, it is. That's-
Yeah.
Let's just sign Joey Burbs at this point.
Again, poor Washington High School.
I know.
zone.
Oh, I'm well aware. Also Dominican.
I know, but most of the listeners don't know that. That's why I'm clarifying.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you again. Echoing Adam's point, thank you to everyone who's actually like tuned in, because this has been a wild ride. I've completely devolved, as you can tell.
You screamed at me. You screamed at me over Ojeleye versus Iguodala. That's
I
what
didn't
we
even
got.
flinch. I was alone the time when Rohan really, really lost it.
We got one bomb, not related to the Bucks, but Norman Powell 5-year, $90 million deal to return to the Blazers.
It could always be worse. It could always be worse is the lesson.
Wow.
What did Gary Trent get? And they traded Gary Trent for Norm Powell
354.
because they were worried they couldn't retain
They
Gary
got
Trent.
the same per year amount, so both
Yeah.
teams are just like, let's swap guys and pay them 18 million a year.
All right then. Well,
It's
could be
just-
worse.
What are you doing?
Could be worse.
Maybe Masai's not running the show anymore. I don't know.
I didn't
don't
get
know.
it.
Is he-
I didn't get it.
I mean, he's technically a free agent, isn't he?
Who?
Yeah, he
That's
hasn't done anything with his contract, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's been like lingering on this whole time, and no
So
one's
it's like
yeah,
Bobby
is he worth
Webster
anything?
who's running
Yeah.
the show?
Oh, I think he's
I
still
don't-
there. I don't.
He's
I
still
don't-
there,
We
but
have
it's,
no
like,
idea?
it's weird.
We don't know. Because it's a new league year officially.
I don't know
Yeah.
if executive contracts work that way or not.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It's like Kiki Vanderwege's role changed with the NBA today, which was
Yeah.
very much like a new
what?
NBA year. He's now like a consultant. He stepped down from his VP of whatever he was.
Oh, dang.
Rod Thorne entered the chat.
Yep. Okay. Thank you again, everyone, for listening, tuning in here.
Rod Torn played
it's been-
before.
It's been a grind, but thank you, excuse me, for keeping up with us. It's been 4 hours. My goodness.
Yeah.
If you've tuned in live, thank you. If you're listening to this on the pod feed, thank you. Make sure you're subscribed on your podcast platform of choice. Ty, do we have a 5-star review to read out?
We do, and it's so conflicting. It's so conflicting.
Oh, I know what this is.
Behind enemy lines. Oh, Blake is staying with the Nets.
Good.
1-year
Not
deal.
surprised.
We'll see
not
if
a
you're saying
surprise.
that in a couple of days.
Pigpen317, behind enemy lines, 5-star reviews. It's a long review. It's a nice review. But first sentence, I'm a Miami Heat fan. Tough scenes, but 5-star review.
Think they're still listening?
That's they're
may
probably
be out
gonna
of, like,
enjoy.
They may be
Sure,
tuning
yeah.
in, yeah. For
Yeah,
this
they're
one.
probably gonna enjoy this. But I've been
Let's hope
listening.
the 4 hours puts some Heat fans off who have that idea.
I've been listening to the podcast ever since Ty appeared on the 5 Reasons Sports Network. The Heat were playing the Bucks at the time, and he did a very effective job at getting a non-Bucks fan to check out his podcast. Always listen to the Gyro Step Podcast Network. I initially started listening to Gyro Step just to hear alternative arguments, but I quickly grew to love the podcast. Ty and Rohan have a genuine, affable chemistry. 1 point! That was me adding that part. That also provided excellent X's and O's knowledge to keep me interested. When they merged with Adam and Jordan, it further enhanced my podcast experience. Adam is brilliant, who has a deep knowledge of tortured Bucks history, and Jordan similarly has those same demons, while also having a knack for exquisite timing and one-liners into the general podcast space. As a Heat fan, I was supposed to hate the Bucks this postseason, but because of this podcast, I never did. I found myself rooting for them against Brooklyn and Atlanta. Hearing the story of their history made me feel their pain and also made me feel the emotion of the podcast family. While I never had to...
Phoenix.
Didn't mention that. Didn't mention Phoenix.
Sorry.
It's a question for a pig pen. No, I'm just kidding. It's an incredible review. It's still going. While I never had to sit through the failed playoff runs you all did, I felt the emotion of this run as a result of everyone's anecdotes. When Giannis got hurt during Game 4 in Atlanta, I genuinely felt bad for the Bucks community. It wasn't manufactured sympathy. My introduction into Bucks culture made me feel their pain and sympathize accordingly. While the championship podcast wasn't designed to hit me the same way it hit Bucks fans, I was genuinely very happy for all 4 of you. This podcast accurately conveyed to me all the demons you 4 have been through over the years, and I felt happy for you even though I'm a fan of one of the rivals. The podcast routinely provides excellent content, and all of your Twitter accounts make for excellent follows. I hope you all cherish and enjoy this moment. As a Heat fan, I'm well aware of falling into the trap of expecting more championships, and then all of a sudden the regime ends and you're left reminiscing the old times. Thanks, all 4 of you. I hope you extract as much joy from the summer as possible, and I hope you constantly all brighten your days reminding yourself of this rare achievement. If you repeat, great, but extract as much joy every day before then to maximize enjoyment of this ring. Ricky at Big Rat 310 Cambo. What
my goodness.
Powerful review.
Thank you.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was
That makes me feel bad for Heat slander, and that takes a
Yeah,
lot.
that's when the line came in that, you know, as a fan of a rival team, supposed to hate the Bucks in the. It's like, yeah, well, that's how I feel about the Heat now. Is like, yeah, I am, but I don't. Right this second, I don't hate them quite as much. Thanks to that lovely
Thanks
review.
to shout out to Pigpen. That was a great review. Sorry for all the tweets yesterday from my account.
And mine.
Yeah. Oh well, the game is the game. Appreciate you. Hope you've tuned in through all of that to hear that review.
Congrats on
awesome.
PJ.
Congrats on getting PJ Tucker. Yeah.
And Lowry and Duncan and everyone else.
Okay, let's not go overboard.
Yeah, that's enough.
Oh wow. That's okay. That's a happy note to end on. We've been down bad, but that's great. If you want to have your 5-star review read, make sure you leave a 5-star review. It has to be 5 stars, so we'll read it out. Make sure you're subscribed on your podcast platform of choice. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Gyro Step Podcast Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss when we go live next. Thank you all for listening and tuning in. Have a great night. Go Bucks. Talk to you next time.
Bye.